The warm water cascaded over my skin as I stood under the shower, letting it wash away the tension of the past few days. After confiding in my mom about my reckless plan to break Sawyer out of Magic City prison, I needed this moment to collect myself. The simple luxury of soap and a razor felt like heaven, though part of me still ached for that quiet little cabin in the woods where life had been simpler. But there was no time for nostalgia. Magic City prison loomed in my thoughts, a fortress in the heart of the high-tech Light Fey city. Sawyer had warned me this was a trap. The vampires would be waiting. And yet what choice did I have? 7 days. That's all I had before they executed him. 7 days to pull off the impossible. Sage would insist on coming, of course. I wouldn't stop her. But 2 women against an entire prison. The odds were laughable. And let's not forget the small detail that I was already a fugitive with a target painted on my back. I swallowed the lump in my throat. No falling apart now. Sawyer's voice echoed in my mind, hollow and defeated. Death by guillotine. The thought made my stomach twist. I couldn't let that happen. Leaving Creek behind was another knife to the gut, but at least he was safe with my mom. That was the only comfort in this mess. Stepping out of the shower, I dressed quickly and padded into the living room. The scene that greeted me was chaos. Eugene, Sage, and Rab hunched over a sprawling map of Magic City, surrounded by empty coffee cups and crumpled food wrappers. Sage looked like she hadn't slept in days, her hair a wild mess, eyes wide with caffeine-fueled intensity. "What's all this?" I asked, eyeing the mess. Sage grinned, practically vibrating with energy. "Eugene knows a Gaia troll who escaped Magic City prison 10 years ago." My pulse spiked. "Where is he?" "I need to talk to him." Eugene held up his hands. "He's in hiding, haven't spoken to him in years." "Fantastic, just what I needed, a ghost story." Rab stood, blocking my path. "We've been up all night planning. The 3 of us are going after Sawyer. You stay here and lead the pack." I stared at him, torn between gratitude and the overwhelming urge to throttle someone. "That's sweet, but no, I'm going." Sawyer was my husband, my mate, the father of my child. This wasn't up for debate. Rab frowned. "You're the alpha, you can't risk." "What if it was Willow?" I cut him off. Silence. "Yeah, that's what I thought. Who else would you trust to bring her home?" He let out a heavy sigh, shoulders slumping as defeat washed over his features. "You can't go by yourself, and we can't leave the pack without someone to lead them." I gave a firm nod. "Eugene, Star, and you will take charge while Sage and I handle this. We've always been a team, we'll get through it together." My best friend clenched her jaw, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I'm coming, end of story." She snapped at Rab before he could argue. He rubbed the jagged scar along his cheekbone, frustration simmering beneath the surface. "We finally have stability, and now you're risking it all." I cut him off. "When I bring Sawyer back, we'll be stronger than before." His reluctant nod was all I needed before inspiration struck. "Marmal." The name burst from me, making everyone jolt. "That troll Eugene mentioned. My friend Marmal might know where to find him." Eugene, lounging with a steaming mug in hand, shrugged. "Trolls trade in rumors. If anyone's heard about an escapee from Magic City prison, it's her." "We leave now," I declared, already scanning the room for supplies. Rab blocked my path. "Our people just got here. They need to see their alpha before you vanish again." I gritted my teeth. Politics were the last thing I wanted to deal with, but he wasn't wrong. "Fine." Sage prepped the horses with a week's worth of supplies. "I'll make a quick round through the village. We ride for Troll Village in an hour." Sage stepped closer, pulling something from her pocket. "Almost forgot your mom kept this safe while I searched for you." My breath hitched as she pressed the ring into my palm. Slipping it onto my finger felt strange after a year of rough living, yet it anchored me. The weight of Sawyer's absence hit harder. "Thanks," I managed, voice rough. Rab nudged me outside, where dawn's chill bit at my damp hair. The sight of our new home stole my breath. Laughter echoed as people sipped from mugs warmed over crackling fires. After a year of wilderness, the bunker's stale walls felt like a distant nightmare. My chest tightened at the explosion of life around us. Emerald grass, wildflowers in bursts of gold and pink, vines weaving through every standing structure. This was my magic made tangible proof that sacrifice had meaning. "Never seen the village like this," Rab murmured beside me. "The crops are thriving: corn, peaches, even the barley. No blight in sight." A tear escaped as pride swelled. The hard choices, the time lost with Sawyer, it was worth it. This land would shelter our people until Wolf City was ours again. I inhaled deeply, the scent of blossoms laced with something deeper. Magic, my magic, humming in the soil. Sage handed me a coffee and a breakfast burrito, the warmth seeping into my fingers. "Eat," she ordered. "We've got a long ride ahead." I took a bite, savoring the normalcy, and let the hope of finding Sawyer fuel me. This land was special, and I think even the city wolves sensed that. Trying to push Sawyer from my mind and the sense of urgency I felt to get to him and to Marmal to find this troll, I forced myself to calm down and take a breath, to enjoy this moment of what I had accomplished for our people. "A lot of people want to thank you," Rab said. "Come on." I followed him into the little campsites where people were waking up and sitting in front of fires as they made breakfast. "Thank you, Alpha," a paladin woman with one kid on each hip called out to me as I passed. I gave her a small smile and nodded my head. People were out and about, stretching and looking up at the rising sun. Imagine a year underground and then coming back to this Garden of Eden. "She healed our land," another said, and I suddenly felt awkward with the public attention, but continued to walk and be seen like Rab said. I didn't want to be known as an absent leader, especially if I was going away for a while. I sipped my coffee and nibbled my burrito as I waved and nodded at people who we passed by. We came upon an open field where a bunch of city wolves seemed to be surveying the land and pointing out different areas for building. I recognized one of them as the man who'd almost challenged me in the bunker. As if sensing me behind him, he turned. There was regret in his eyes, even shame. He gave me a small nod of his head and I nodded back. That was as much of an apology as I was going to get. "Hey, I heard you're leaving soon," Willow called to me from behind. I turned to see her holding her daughter. The baby looked so much like her mother, all except for the beautiful brown eyes she had compared to her mother's paladin blue. She would forever be known in our community as one of the few paladin children born without wolf shifter magic in the time that we had no alpha, and I would hold guilt over that for the rest of my life. Still, she was perfect. I'd been worried Creek would be born without a wolf since he too was born before I'd claimed the land. But I could smell his wolf just under his skin, something he got from his father and my city wolf lineage, no doubt. In that case, his wolf wouldn't emerge until around his first birthday, as was normal in city wolf genetics. "Yeah, I'm just making the rounds," I told Willow, "and then I'm going to get Sawyer and bring him back." She nodded as if she understood and then booped her daughter's nose. "I'm taking Daisy for a playdate with Creek, and then I'm going to make mashed corn soup." She said the last few words in an excited voice to the baby, who blew a raspberry in her face. I smiled. Willow was such a natural mother, and I loved the name Daisy. In all the drama, I'd totally forgotten to ask what they'd named her. I had a dark thought then. What if Sage, Sawyer, Walsh, and I all died and none of us made it back? Who would take care of Creek? My mom was great, but she wasn't a warrior. What if the Athaki attacked and she died too and there was no one to take care of my son? Panic seized me. "Hey, Willow, Rab." I looked at them both awkwardly, deciding something in the spur of the moment. They stared at me with concern, probably because I sounded on the verge of tears. My mom's going to be looking after Creek while I'm gone, but if something were to happen to her, and my dad and I didn't come home." I blew air through my lips nervously. "If anything happens to me, will you make sure Creek is taken care of?" My throat tightened with emotion at that thought, but it was a very real thing to have to think about right now. Sage and I were going on a dangerous mission, and I needed to know my son would be okay. Willow grabbed her heart, clutching Daisy closer to her as tears lined her eyes. As a new mother, I hope she understood my panic. I hope that never happens, but if it does, that baby boy will have a long and happy life, Willow promised. I'll make sure of it. Me too, Rab said the moment they vowed to care for him like one of their own. A crushing tension left my shoulders. Those words steeled my resolve. Now I could fight for him without hesitation. Behind the Paladin settlement, their horses had spent the last year roaming free, feasting on prairie grass and drinking from crystal-clear streams. They were strong, well-fed animals, though only 2 tolerated saddles after Sage worked her quiet magic on them. Their flicking tails betrayed mild irritation, but nothing we couldn't handle. With Wolf City's roads unsafe and Troll Village unreachable by any modern means, these mounts were our only option. Leaving the Paladin settlement at dawn had clawed at my heart. Our packs were rebuilding, and walking away from my role as their leader felt like abandoning a newborn. But the pull of this land hummed beneath my skin, an invisible map guiding me even without the crushed blue stone path. Familiar scents of pine and damp earth mixed with the alien tang of territories we'd never crossed. Not that borders mattered anymore, not after the Athaki shattered the truce. The ride through the wild lands was mercifully brief, though Marmel's farm sat like a stubborn wart on the fringe of Troll Village, practically brushing against Vampire City's shadow. Getting there meant traversing the entire Troll territory, a full day's hard ride. We disguised Sage with blue warrior markings and trader's garb, while our deerhide outfits, barely decent, but who cared after a year of living like forest ghosts and bone-adorned braids, completed the ruse. Willow had supplied us with trade goods, and my cuffs would mask everything but the wolf in me. The hood and face paint, just extra insurance in case my face was plastered on some bounty poster. As we urged the horses up the final ridge, a jagged rock fence marked the boundary. Almost there. Then oh-wah-woo-aw. The guttural war cry erupted from the tree line, a heartbeat before the arrow buried itself in the dirt. My mare reared, and I locked my thighs around her, reins biting into my palms. Damn Athaki rats. A flash of red fabric in the branches. I wheeled my horse, drew a knife from my thigh sheath, and let it fly. The satisfying thunk was followed by a ragged body tumbling from the oak. One less problem. Look out! Sage's shriek came too late. Something heavy, boot, fist, slammed between my shoulder blades, launching me from the saddle. Twisting midair, I caught a glimpse of my attacker, a vampire Athaki hybrid streaking toward me, reeking of copper and crackling magic. The impact drove the air from my lungs, leaving me gasping in the dirt. Nearby, Sage's grunts and the wet thwack of hand-to-hand combat told me she was busy. 2 choices: rip off the cuffs and risk exposing myself with a lethal burst of power, or fight him human style and pray. I walked away. Clock ticking, it occurred to me that maybe this guy had no clue who I was. He just attacked because we were wolves, and let's face it, he was a total jerk. Stay hidden, my wolf urged. Gasping for air, I barely had time to react before the Athaki slammed into me. The impact knocked me flat, but I managed to lift my legs just in time, driving the soles of my boots into his gut. With a sharp kick, I sent him flying backward, his screech cutting through the air as he hit the dirt. No time to celebrate. Vamp speed meant he'd be on me again in a heartbeat. I scrambled up, lunging forward and yanking the stake from my belt. He caught my wrist before I could strike, his grip crushing bone. Pain shot up my arm and I gritted my teeth. Plan B, lose the cuffs, my wolf hissed. No kidding, I shot back, twisting to reach my cuff with my free hand. Then suddenly he froze. A choked gasp escaped him as blood trickled from his lips. I glanced down. A stake jutted through his chest. Following the weapon's path, I locked eyes with Sage. Nice timing, I breathed as the vamp collapsed, his body withering into decay. Sage looked just as rough as I did, hair loose, clothes smeared with dirt but otherwise unharmed. "You're welcome," she panted, holstering her gun. "Thought about shooting him but didn't want to risk hitting you." "Smart call," I smirked. She threw an arm around my shoulders and I laughed. Some things never changed, trouble always found us, but so did we. "I totally had him," I insisted. She winked. Our horses waited nearby, ears flicking nervously as we scanned the trees. Silence. No second wave. "Guess we're moving on," I muttered. Sage nodded, no words needed. If this was a preview of the trip, we were in for a long ride. Mounting up, we crested the hill and leaped a low cobblestone wall, leaving the wild lands behind. Troll Village sprawled ahead, but something was off. The marketplace buzzed with frantic energy, trolls shoving and snarling over goods. Two women wrestled over a honey jar like it was gold. "What the hell?" Then a shout, "Traitors!" And suddenly the crowd surged toward us. My horse reared as hands grabbed at my legs. "Back off," I barked, shoving them away. "Got corn?" a woman begged, eyes wild. I listed our goods: blue corn, deer hides, seeds, and chaos erupted. They clawed at me until Sage's gunshot split the air. The crowd dropped, hands over ears. I turned to her, eyebrows raised. She just shrugged, spinning the pistol on her finger. "Showtime indeed." "Keep it polite or no one gets anything," Sage shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. We'd made a deal: no firearms unless absolutely necessary, but judging by the wild-eyed crowd surging toward us, this was one of those moments. The threat worked. People scrambled into a ragged line, their fear palpable. More villagers spilled from their homes, drawn by the commotion. I dismounted, pulling the trader's bag Willow had prepared from my saddle. Sage stayed mounted, her grip tight on the pistol as she kept watch. Kneeling, I unfolded the red cloth and spread it across the dirt, arranging the seeds in neat rows. The crowd erupted in murmurs, gasps, whispers, even a few awed cries. "She's got seeds," someone yelled from the back. My stomach twisted. Why were they this desperate? The first woman approached, clutching a threadbare blanket like a lifeline. "5 seeds?" she asked, her voice trembling. The trade was pitiful, but the blanket wasn't what I wanted. Leaning in, I kept my voice low. "Tell me why seeds are worth fighting over. Why is everyone starving?" Her eyes lit up at the bargain information instead of her last possession. "The vampires," she whispered, "burned every farm last year to force us into their war against the wolves." Rage flared in my chest. Those soulless leeches. "All of them?" I pressed. "Did you know Marmal from Rosedale?" Name finally clicked. The woman shook her head, snatching her seeds before vanishing into the crowd. Next came a heavy-set man with yellowed tusks and a smirk. "I know a Marmal story," he said, voice like gravel. "But it'll cost you 10 seeds. Deal." "Rosedale burned first," he rasped. "She fled to Tripp's barn in the dark. Fey Lands works with animals now." My throat tightened. Marmal, reduced to breeding livestock for that slimeball. A woman stepped forward next, offering a stunning turquoise brooch. "My mother's," she said, desperate. 20 seeds. My gut wrenched. These people were trading heirlooms for scraps. What kind of leader let this happen? Why weren't they raiding a damn grocery store in the human world? "Just take the seeds," I snapped, shoving them at her. She froze, distrust written across her face. "Go," I urged, already packing up. We had to move fast. I decided to hand out all the seeds I had to the villagers before heading off to meet Marmal and Tripp. My main mission was still tracking down that escaped troll from Magic City Prison, but checking on my friend came first. Just to be safe, I tucked about 50 seeds into my pocket, figured they might come in handy if I needed to negotiate Marmal's freedom. Whether she was stuck there as a slave or just an employee who could walk away, I wasn't leaving without her. No chance. One by one, people stopped by my makeshift seed stand, and I gave each person 5 seeds for free. My hope was they'd plant them, grow more, and maybe even rebuild their community. Farming was the trolls' thing, so losing their crops must have hit them hard. When the last seed was gone, I folded up my trading cloth and the grateful smiles and waves from the villagers lifted my spirits a little. As we rode through the grassy fields toward the barn where I'd rescued Astra, I glanced at Sage. Hey, ever wonder why the Troll King doesn't just hop in a car, drive out of the magic lands, and grab seeds from Home Depot or something? She gave me a blank look, probably the Home Depot reference throwing her off. You know, a human store that sells seeds and gardening stuff, like in Spokane or Boise. Her expression cleared, but then she shook her head. Human hunters would never let that slide. Imagine a Troll King standing in line at a checkout. She had a point. The only magical beings who could blend in with humans were werewolves, vampires, and witches, and even that was risky. One slip-up, like fangs popping out or fur sprouting, and it was game over. The area around Delphi was magically shielded, keeping humans out, and everything got delivered. Only a few of us, like my family and some witch clans, could live in regular apartments because of the cuffs that made us appear human. A chill ran down my spine. I'd heard rumors about human hunters, but I didn't think they were real. Sage nodded grimly. They were probably watching you the whole time you lived there, just waiting for you to mess up. She drew a finger across her throat. Yikes. Guess it was good someone was keeping humans safe from magical creatures who might lose control. We rode in silence for hours, slipping into dark Fey territory without trouble. Just as I was about to ask Sage another question, I spotted the familiar shape of a massive pole barn in the distance. I checked my map. This is the place, right? Sage nodded but raised an eyebrow. We're really just walking in after last time. I winced, remembering the chaos Walsh and I taking down two of Tripp's prized Ithaki trolls, nearly dying and snatching Astra. Not exactly a friendly visit. Technically, it was part of the deal, I muttered. Sage smirked. Tripp looked ready to murder us. Let's not push our luck. Fair enough. The last thing I needed was the vampires getting tipped off about me. I was still brainstorming ways to sneak in when my wolf stirred inside me. I'll go. Right, I'd almost forgotten about her after so long in the dark woods. I filled Sage in, and she nodded as we guided our horses behind a thick cluster of trees, giving us a clear view of the barn's backside. Sage shot me a look. Want me to shift and go with your wolf? I shook my head. No offense, but yours can't walk through walls, she grinned. Touché. I slipped off my cuffs, and without another word my wolf surged free, landing silently on the ground. My body solidified as I secured the cuffs back around my wrist, giving my wolf form a silent nod. Find Marmal, I muttered, more out of habit than necessity. Bring her outside. It felt ridiculous saying it aloud. She already knew the plan, being an extension of myself. This whole split-shifter thing still messed with my head. Shutting my eyes, I synced with my wolf's vision and instantly saw through her eyes. Her paws crunched over uneven terrain toward a weathered back door. The scent hit her first iron tang of blood, musk of fear, remnants of prey and predator all seeping through the door's narrow gap. Half-shifting came effortlessly in this form. No second-guessing, no overthinking. If I willed myself through a wall, it just happened. Why couldn't human life be that simple? Demi the human agonized over every choice, every step. Meanwhile, my wolf phased through the barrier, her form flickering like mist, invisible to everyone except apparently Sawyer, who'd spotted her during the vampire meeting. Inside, chaos erupted, shouts, the sickening crack of knuckles on bone. What's going on? Sage hissed, snapping me back to my body. She's in. There's a fight, hunting for Marmal. I swung off my horse, boots hitting dirt. Adrenaline buzzed in my veins. Sage grabbed the reins. I'll handle the horses. Nodding, I refocused on my wolf's search. Hulking brutes, caged animals, then Marmal, crouched by the largest cage, scrubbing a dragon's talons with a brush. My stomach lurched. The dragon. I'd forgotten about her. One talon was sheared clean off, the stump jagged. Sorry, sweetheart, Marmal murmured. The dragon's head whipped toward my wolf, those turquoise eyes locking onto hers despite the invisibility. Sunlight through the barn slats glinted off pearlescent scales, stunning enough to freeze my wolf mid-step. Marmal spun. "Who?" she startled as my wolf materialized. "How'd you escape?" Her gaze darted, searching for Trip. When my wolf nudged her leg, Marmal's frown deepened, but she stroked her neck. "You can't be loose," she whispered, standing just as my wolf bolted. "Come back," Marmal lunged after her. "Time to move." I sprinted from the tree line, boots pounding toward the barn's back door. My wolf burst through it, solidifying mid-leap. The door flew open, revealing Marmal arms outstretched, confusion melting into shock as I tugged my hood down. No words, just a crushing hug, her dirt-streaked arms tight around me as she checked over her shoulder. Safe. For now the intensity of our connection still stunned me. How could I feel this close to Marmal after just a few days? Yet here we were, and I trusted her completely. There was an undeniable goodness in her, something unshakable. "I thought you were gone," she rasped, stepping back to study me. My gaze caught on a jagged scar running down her arm, still inflamed, the skin raised and rough. "A burn, maybe. Your farm." If I'd known, she didn't let me finish, yanking me into the shadows of the trees, her grip tight under my arm. Her eyes darted nervously, scanning the area as if danger lurked behind every trunk. "You shouldn't be here. The reward for your capture is insane." She tugged my hood back up, her fingers trembling. A bounty that high was bad news, but her fear unsettled me more. "Are they hurting you? Did Trip do this?" My voice turned rough, my wolf bristling at my side. Marmal hugged herself, shaking her head. "Not me, but the animals. It's just as bad." My stomach twisted. "We need to move. I'll fill you in as we go. Anything you need to grab first." I motioned toward where Sage and the horses waited. She hesitated, her small tusks pressing into her cheeks. "Wait, what?" Confusion flickered in her eyes, but so did something like hope. "I'm not leaving without you. Mar Sawyer's locked up in Magic City prison. Help us free him, then you're coming to Paladin Village with us, for good." A slow smile tugged at her lips. "Alpha, huh? Knew you were different, that your wolf, the scent, familiar, but—" I nodded, and my wolf dissolved into mist before merging back into me. Marmal stumbled, wide-eyed. "Split shifter, look, we've got no time. There's a troll escaped the prison years ago. Help us track him down and we all go home." She glanced back at the barn, conflicted. "I can't. Not without them, not without her." My heart sank. "Who? A kid, a partner? The animals, my dragon." My jaw dropped. "You're what?" She flushed. "Well, not mine, but—" I named her. "She talks to me." A talking dragon had to be troll magic, but I understood Astra had claimed my heart the same way. No way I'd ask her to abandon them. "Okay," I muttered, scrambling for a solution. Marmal's face darkened with thought. "This troll you mentioned, the SKP?" I nodded. "He showed up months ago, drunk, bragging to Trip's crew. Thought he was full of it," she admitted. Hope flared in my chest. "Where is he?" She held up her hands. "He's Ithaki, half troll, half fae." My excitement deflated. The Ithaki weren't exactly my biggest fans right now. The idea of trekking into the wild lands again made my blood boil. "But he lives here." "Hates the Ithaki, keeps to himself," she added quickly. Hope revived. She should have led with that. "Where?" I pressed, desperation sharp in my voice. She exhaled. "I can sketch a map. South Hill area, about a day's ride. Don't know which cottage is his." Night was falling. "We'd leave at dawn." The urgency in my voice was impossible to mask as I pressed Marmal for confirmation. "You're saying we can free the animals and rescue Sawyer together in that time frame?" There was no way I'd walk away without her. Her face lit up with a determined smile. "Pearl's harvest day is coming up. That's when they take her out of confinement for samples. Scales, claws, even her blood." My stomach twisted at the thought of their cruel routine. Pearl's such a fitting name for someone enduring so much. "Sage is with me," I assured her, motioning toward my fiery-haired companion weaving through the trees. Their teary reunion hug lasted longer than expected. "You actually came for me," Marmal whispered, her voice cracking. "If I'd known how dire things were, I would have stormed this place months ago." Her sudden shift to practicality caught me off guard. Listen before you face seem the Ithaki. Get yourself a bridal veil from the nearest village. Troll brides wear them for a full month before weddings. It'll hide your identity. My fingers instinctively grazed the chain around my neck, my engagement ring dangling there like a secret lifeline. Gold or jewels would be the price, Marmal warned, and my stomach dropped. All I had were seeds and this ring, the last tangible piece of my old life. But for Sawyer, I'd trade it in a heartbeat. We scrambled to make plans as Marmal sketched a hasty map to South Hill, marking shops where I could barter for the veil. Sage and I pushed hard, reaching the Troll border by midnight. The innkeeper eyed my veil with polite curiosity. "Meeting your groom?" he asked. I nodded silently while Sage, ever the quick thinker, claimed she was my housemaid. His nostrils flared, but he let it slide. That night, exhaustion finally cracked my resolve. Curled beside Sage, I let myself think of Creek for the first time in days. His sleepy murmurs, that unmistakable baby scent, even the less glamorous diaper moments. Sage's quiet chuckle broke the tension. God, remember his post-nap grumpiness. We dissolved into laughter so hard it hurt, tears streaking our faces. For a moment, the weight lifted. Tomorrow, we'd face Seam. But tonight we stole back a shred of lightness. I lay there, eyes fixed on the ceiling until sleep finally took me. Then Sawyer's voice cut through the darkness, sharp and urgent, yanking me back to consciousness. My body felt like lead, my thoughts sluggish as I blinked into the dim room, half expecting to see him standing there before reality crashed back down. "I'm here," I murmured, forcing myself awake. His voice cracked when he answered, raw with longing so unlike his usual controlled tone that it caught me off guard. "I miss you," he admitted, the words rough with emotion. "Like hell, Demi." My chest ached like someone had wrapped a fist around my heart. He explained the magical barrier blocking us, how his warlock ally could only bypass it in short bursts. We had no idea how long this moment would last. I swallowed hard, guilt twisting inside me. "Sawyer, a year. I'm so sorry." 3 days had turned into 12 months. The weight of that betrayal sat heavy between us, but he surprised me. "Are you kidding? Knowing you were out there alive, safe, was the only thing that kept me from losing it." His voice softened. "Tell me about Creek, about everything." A shaky laugh escaped me. "I still can't believe I had him in the middle of nowhere, Sage delivering him by lantern light like some pioneer woman." I could practically hear his grin. "You're incredible, was it?" "Bad." I hesitated. What birth wasn't messy? But compared to the horror stories, mine had been almost boring except for the part where we carried his placenta around in a mixing bowl for 2 days, too terrified to cut the cord. Sawyer's laughter rumbled through my mind, warm and familiar, and suddenly the distance between us felt unbearable. "You're getting the most obnoxious push present when I'm out," he promised. I snorted, glancing at Sage's sleeping form. "Since when do you know about push presents?" "Prison perks," he deadpanned. "They let us watch human reality shows." The lightness faded as I asked about his year. Walsh was with him, loyal to a fault. But when I pressed about the conditions, his silence said more than words. "Sawyer, tell me." The bond between us felt thin, strained. Finally, he admitted they used the cuffs. "The ones that I know, the ones," I cut in, my stomach churning. He didn't have to say it. "The same cuffs I'd worn for decades, the ones that burned if you so much as thought about shifting." His voice turned grim. "Fights. Every damn day, but I've got my own crew now, don't worry about me." Typical Sawyer, deflecting, my fingers tightened in the sheets. "I'm not just sitting around, I'm in Dark Fae territory meeting an SKP, someone who broke out of Magic City." Fear spiked through the bond. "Dark Fae lands, where's Creek?" The Pax, I almost rolled my eyes. Of course he'd panic. "He's with my mom in Paladin Village," I snapped. "Everyone's safe because, news flash, I'm actually good at this alpha thing." The words came out sharper than I meant, but damn it, I wasn't some helpless damsel. "Not anymore." Sawyer's voice crackled through our connection, laced with amusement. "Damn, you're even hotter when you're pissed," he teased, and I could practically hear that cocky grin of his. It was enough to ease some of the tension coiling in my chest. "You're right, you've got this. I just hate being stuck here while you're out there risking everything." I understood. For someone like him, an alpha through and through, helplessness was its own kind of prison. "I've got it handled," I assured him. "Even the part where I break you out." His chuckle was rough. "Seem, that guy's practically a myth around here." My pulse kicked up at the recognition. "Yeah, him." But then his tone shifted, sobering. "Demi, listen. That plan's solid, but Seam busted out before this place turned into Fort Knox. There's no sneaking me past these wards without setting off every alarm in the magical underworld." The silence that followed was heavy, suffocating. When he finally spoke again, his voice was low. "Queen Drake's been here. They're watching me, asking if I've been passing intel to Walsh about you. They're waiting for you to make a move." Rage burned through me like wildfire. "Screw Queen Drake, I put a knife in her shoulder last week. Sawyer, I need you to trust me. Be ready to move when I give the signal, because I'm getting you out, even if I have to tear this place down myself." The line went dead for so long I thought the connection had snapped. Just as exhaustion threatened to pull me under, his voice returned, softer now. "You're irresistible when you're scheming. I'll be ready. Love you." "Love you too," I whispered, grinning like an idiot before the magic fizzled out, leaving me alone in the quiet. I collapsed onto the lumpy mattress, glaring at the water-stained ceiling. Love was supposed to make you reckless, but I wouldn't trade a second of it, not even the chaos. Meeting Sawyer at Delphi had cracked me open, and what spilled out was someone fiercer than I'd ever imagined. A fighter, a mother, an alpha. Now it was my turn to drag him out of his cage, just like he'd done for me. Sleep was a lost cause. By dawn, I was dressed and shoving down a stale breakfast before tossing on the ridiculous troll bridal veil. South Hill's resident dark fae, a surly woman with eyes like smoldering coals, grunted directions to Seam's place, jerking a bony finger toward a rickety blue shack perched at the hill's crest. The horses balked at the steep climb, and I seriously considered ditching them. But the thought of some opportunistic thief making off with them kept me patient. Finally, rusted gates loomed ahead, a weathered sign dangling from the bars. "Get out," it sneered in peeling paint. I shot Sage a look. "Can't see your face under that veil, but I'm guessing you're not thrilled." She tilted her head, squinting through the fabric's tiny perforations. "Nope, not a fan. No clue what we're walking into. Want me to shift? My wolf's got better senses." I shook my head. "Too aggressive. Play meek. If things go south, you know the drill, cuffs come off and we fight dirty." Steeling myself, I reached for the gate only to jerk back with a curse as electricity seared up my arm. "Son of a voice, gravelly and dripping with menace, slithered from the bushes. "State your business." My heart hammered until I spotted the hidden speaker. Trolls didn't usually dabble in tech, but Seam clearly wasn't playing by the rules. Dark Fae, the dangerous kind. Swallowing hard, I held up the diamond ring, its facets catching the light. "I've got a trade. Information for this." The bushes rustled. Then silence. That morning, I'd slipped the ring from my necklace onto my wedding finger, its weight unfamiliar yet purposeful. As we approached the crumbling estate, a rusted gate groaned open in response to our presence, just as I'd hoped. Desperation hung thick in the air, evident in the peeling blue siding and corroded metal roof. Perfect. A man in financial straits would be more receptive to my offer. The figure waiting in the doorway wasn't what I expected. Tall and lean with fae-like features, his white hair cascaded down his back, contrasting sharply with his piercing blue eyes. One arm ended abruptly at the wrist, the other outstretched in greeting. "Jewel?" he asked, voice smooth. I clenched the ring in my palm. "Information first," he scoffed, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Obviously, but I need to verify it's genuine." Reluctantly, I slid the ring off, my stomach twisting as it left my finger. His sharp, black-painted nails glinted as he snatched it up, inspecting it with a magnifier. Sage stepped forward, her voice dripping with casual confidence. 500,000, flawless, colorless, cut by a master in Paris. The greed in his expression was almost comical, his eyes widened, fingers trembling. 500,000. I shot Sage a bewildered look. She just smirked. What can I say? I have good taste. After a tense pause, he finally handed the ring back. What do you want to know? I didn't hesitate. How to break someone out of Magic City prison. His smirk faltered, replaced by something darker. Fine, your funeral. I demanded his oath Faye couldn't break their word. With a theatrical sigh, he agreed, then dropped the bombshell. Oh, and lose the veil. I know you're here for Sawyer Hudson. My blood ran cold. How? Sage stiffened beside me as we followed him inside. The stifling veil came off in one swift motion, cool air rushing over my face. His reaction was instant paling, his eyes darting to a framed photo on the table. A younger version of him smiled beside a little girl with the same white blonde hair. The resemblance was unmistakable. Well, this just got complicated. Quit wasting my time, he barked impatiently, pushing open the creaky doors and striding into the sunlit garden. My fingers lingered on the faded photograph, my mind racing with questions about the child who shared his piercing eyes and stubborn jawline. Sage and I hurried past the crumbling entryway, its walls flaking like old sunburn, the floorboards groaning underfoot before catching up to him in the courtyard. A porcelain teacup sent lazy steam spiraling toward the morning sun beside a half-eaten plate of pastries. Great, we'd crashed his brunch. Figured us out that easily, huh? I scanned the manicured hedges and rose bushes framing the brick patio, mentally mapping escape routes. That flimsy fence wouldn't stop a determined squirrel, let alone me. The contrast was jarring. Outside, everything pruned to perfection. Inside, pure neglect. Seam took a deliberate sip of tea, crunching a macaron with infuriating calm. Werewolf bodyguard, he flicked crumbs toward Sage. Obscene jewelry, and you come sniffing around about Magic City prison the literal day after Sawyer Hudson's execution hits the news. Sage's fingers danced near her sword hilt. Why not rat us out for vampire gold? His laughter was bitter as he gestured beyond the garden. The hillside vista should have been breathtaking, rolling farmland meeting the Fey border, but now, just scorched earth and the distant smoke plumes from Troll Village. Those bloodsuckers torched my orchards. You think I'd lift a finger to help them? He wiped jam from his beard, eyeing my ring. This hunk of metal'll rebuild my vineyard twice over. That's all the bounty I need. 2 hours and 3 pots of tea later, we'd memorized every horrifying detail. Magic City prison wasn't just a building, it was a vertical nightmare stretching 80 stories above a churning river. Even the basement's 20 stories up, Seam explained, wiggling his wrist stump. No hand, no problem until they upgraded to full-limb restraints. My stomach churned imagining Sawyer in those chains. The real kicker, the entire complex sat on a magical kill switch. Escape the walls with cuffs still on. Instant death. Seam's grin turned feral as he relived his breakout, luring a guard, exploiting a loose vent panel, the whole gritty ordeal. Sage kept interrupting with tactical questions, her boot tapping against the wrought iron table leg. So the air ducts are welded shut now, he finished, tossing his napkin down. But you didn't come here for old war stories. The unspoken challenge hung between us. Prove you're smarter than the system that broke me. Outside, a cardinal landed on the fence post, its scarlet feathers blazing against the dead fields beyond after descending 30 floors through a cramped ventilation shaft. I finally reached the underground parking garage. Then you took a boat, he said, shaking his head. But none of that matters now. Security's been tripled since you escaped. Damn. The man studied me intently, rubbing his chin with his uninjured hand. Tell me something, are you really one of the cursed? A demon? Or worse, a soul jumper? My throat tightened. Soul jumper, that was a new one. No idea what you're talking about, I lied, but the way his eyes gleamed told me he wasn't buying it. If the stories are right, he continued, your wolf could leap into your friend here. He gestured at Sage. Then she walks you right through the front door, 2 birds, 1 stone. I scowled. Was he serious? Sage leaned in. Explain. The Athaki sighed like we were slow learners. If the rumors hold, her wolf slipped out of cuffs before, so why not again? They won't arrest her. Magic City would just hand her straight to Queen Drake. But you, he gave Sage a once-over. They'd lock you up in a heartbeat. Suddenly it clicked. A Trojan horse, I muttered. He smacked the table with his good hand, making us both flinch. Bingo! Sage could smuggle my wolf inside, then I'd pull her free and somehow break everyone out. But no way was I asking Sage to risk her neck like that. Hypothetically, if any of this were true, which it's not, it'd be a solid plan, Sage said, shooting me a look that screamed, we'll discuss this later. I studied Seam, baffled. Why was he helping us? He could have turned me in hours ago or tried to drain my essence like every other lunatic I'd crossed. What's your angle? I folded my arms. Why bother? We'd been here forever. He'd sketched maps, spilled secrets, even offered tea, which we'd refused, obviously. If he wanted us dead, vampires would have kicked down the door by now. His expression darkened, then flickered as his gaze lingered on my white hair. The diamond, he muttered. But there was more. I saw it. The girl in the photo, hair like mine, silver blonde and wild. That's it, I pressed. He exhaled, staring at the wall of pink roses. For a long moment, the only sound was his steady breathing. Maybe he was lonely. Maybe he liked having company. I had a daughter, he finally said, voice rough. You remind me of her. My chest ached, had past tense. I'm sorry, I whispered. Sage, ever tactless, blurted, what happened? I kicked her under the table. Seam tilted his face into a shaft of sunlight, baring his teeth razor-sharp with faint tusks. We recoiled. No guesses about my bloodline, he chuckled. Dark fey teeth, light fey hair and eyes, troll tusks, a walking contradiction. Oh, a mutt. Your parents were mixed, he nodded. Mother half-light, half-dark fey, father full troll. Never fit in anywhere, but I kept to myself. Then I met my wife. His voice cracked as he touched a rose petal. The garden, the flowers, hers. She was a vampire fey, Athaki. My jaw dropped. Fey were the only ones who could crossbreed. The roses weren't just decor, they were a shrine. Sage pieced it together before I could. His daughter possessed a rare genetic trait allowing her to blend multiple supernatural lineages into one being. She was a true chimera, he admitted, his voice thick with grief. Dark fey, light fey, vampire, and troll. By the time I began training her, her power was beyond measure. The unspoken truth hung between us. Power like that was a threat, especially to Queen Drake and her vampire court. My hands clenched into fists. They took her, didn't they? His nod was barely perceptible. Experimented on her, drained her, killed her. The teacup in his grip cracked under the pressure, shattering as it hit the floor. Apologies, he muttered, staring at the mess. Haven't spoken of this in years. All my earlier wariness dissolved. This wasn't some dangerous fugitive, just a shattered father. Kneeling, I gathered the porcelain shards. It's okay, I murmured. So prison, was that your revenge? His laugh was bitter. Partly. The justice system moved too slow for my wife's patience. A chill ran down my spine. When the authorities found our 16-year-old girl dumped in a ditch on vampire territory, drained and punctured with needle marks. His fist tightened until his knuckles whitened. They promised an investigation. A year, they said. Magic City police don't give a damn about Athaki. Blamed some low-ranking vampire, but I knew better. The Queen had sniffed out my daughter's potential, even tried to buy her. Sage recoiled. Buy her. Offered elite training. His voice dripped with disgust. But I saw the hunger in her eyes when she looked at my girl. Sunlight caught the tears he refused to shed, and my hatred for Drake burned hotter. Sage hesitated. Your wife, she's gone too, he exhaled slowly. Varilla was a storm in human form. After we buried our daughter, she stopped sleeping. One night I woke to an empty bed and a note, "The Queen dies tonight." My stomach dropped. Sage gripped my hand as he continued. "I chased her, used every spell to breach Vampire City's walls, but I arrived to find her corpse surrounded by a dozen dead guards. Drake wasn't even there." His smile was hollow. "They jailed me for trespassing and attempted regicide. A week. That's all it took to erase his family. I begged for execution," he whispered. "Drake's punishment was crueler, forcing me to live without them." Sage bit her lip. "Then why escape? There's nothing left here." He gestured to the vibrant rose garden. "Except these. Varilla poured her soul into them. I couldn't let them wither too." A single tear escaped me. Amidst the ruin of his life, he'd preserved this one fragile beauty. "They're stunning," I said softly. Then, meeting his gaze, "And for what it's worth, Queen Drake won't live to see next month." His eyebrow arched, but he didn't doubt me. The words hung in the air like poison. "So it's real then what her son did. That entire bloodline's cursed," he spat, his voice dripping with venom. "Tell you what give me peace, mailing me her ashes when she's gone. I'd knead them into pottery clay and craft myself a piss pot, use it morning and night." The absurd cruelty of it shattered the tension. Sage and I howled with laughter until tears streamed down our faces. His grin mirrored ours, and just like that, we'd bonded over shared hatred. That wretched queen wouldn't see another sunrise if I had any say in it. With a dismissive wave, he urged us onward. "Best not linger. I'll fetch those extra maps so you can hit the road." His kindness caught me off guard. This gruff man with his crumbling cabin and haunted eyes deserved better. When he returned with rolled parchments, I surprised us both by twisting off my wedding ring. The last tangible piece of my life with Sawyer gleamed in my palm before I pressed it into his calloused hand. "For your trouble," he hesitated, throat working. "I wouldn't take it if I didn't keep it," I interrupted, glancing at the weed-choked garden where his wife's roses had once bloomed. "Sawyer'll buy me a dozen replacements." The lie tasted bittersweet. No new band could ever carry the weight of stolen picnics and whispered promises, but Seam needed this more. His fingers curled tight around the gold as he rasped, "Watch your backs out there." At the threshold, his grip lashed out like a whip, yanking me close. "When the moment comes," he murmured, eyes flicking to the jagged scar where his fingers used to be, "ask yourself what you're willing to lose to save him." The warning slithered down my spine as Sage and I descended the hill. "Didn't see that coming," I admitted, staring back at the listing porch where a broken man nursed his grief. Sage nudged me. "Under all that spite, yeah, kinda sweet." Moonlight silvered the path as she hesitated. "Demi, if there's any way your wolf could, I don't know, merge with me temporarily. I need to save my cousin." My inner beast had already given her approval in growls and flickering visions. "Actually," I grinned, swinging onto my horse, "we're raiding Trip's barn first. That dragon Pearl, she's our getaway ride." Sage whooped, braids flying as she mounted up. "Try and stop me." Dusk found us huddled in a pine-scented clearing with Marmal, the dragon's scales glinting like stolen treasure in the firelight. "Here's the play," I whispered, sketching plans in the dirt. "Sage gets arrested. My wolf slips through the prison's inner walls. Hold up," Marmal choked, nearly upending her ale. "You want me to do what with Pearl?" The dragon chose that moment to sneeze, a spark that set my cloak smoldering. Perfect. I probably should have broken the plan to Marmal more gently, but my excitement got the better of me. "The vampires will be on high alert the moment we trigger the alarm during the prison break," I explained. "This whole place will lock down instantly." She stared at me like I'd lost my mind when I mentioned jumping from an 80th floor window. "Pearl might not even know how to fly, and even if she does, that's way too high." I exhaled sharply, running a hand through my hair. "Listen, I've gone over every possible scenario, and this is our only shot. They'll shoot down a helicopter without hesitation, but a dragon, that'll throw their witches into chaos." Marmal bit her lip, considering. "Dragons are immune to magic. You can't cast spells on them." My heart surged with hope. That was the first good news I'd heard in ages. But do you think she'll even fly after being locked up for years? Marmal let out a frustrated sigh. Trip's been using her like a lab experiment, binding her with dark magic to control her. She's never even seen the sky. Rage burned in my chest. Those monsters treated living creatures like tools. We could rig a cart with Sage and the horses to transport her until she's strong enough, I suggested. It would also keep her hidden until the right moment. A 15-foot dragon wasn't exactly subtle. Marmal gave a reluctant nod. Fine, we'll try. No guarantees. I grinned, bouncing on my toes. That was all I needed. But first we have to break her out, Marmal reminded me. I smirked. Leave that to me and my wolf. Troll magic was a mystery, but I knew they had a way with metal. Marmal, can you unlock the cages without touching them? Her face flushed and she looked away. Trolls guarded their magic fiercely, some superstition about losing it if outsiders knew too much. Because if you can, I pressed, we could free all the animals, not just Pearl. That'd be the perfect distraction. She swallowed hard, then gave a single nod. The next morning, I woke up wired, desperate to reach Sawyer. No word from him, and with no radios in dark Fae territory, I was completely in the dark about what was happening back in Light Fae City. Marmal had already left for her shift at Trip's barn. Soon, Sage and I would steal a cart, start a fire as a diversion, and let Marmal work her magic. It was a solid plan, assuming nothing went sideways. I checked in with Rab through our pack bond. How's everything back home? His response came quickly. Water tank cracked, but we fixed it. Everyone's happy being outside. Relief washed over me. The last thing I needed was another crisis pulling me away. Today, we were making those bastards pay the worry for my mom taking care of Creek. Gnawed at me. I tried not to dwell on it, but the ache of missing my son was relentless. Every time his face flashed in my mind, my chest tightened, so I shoved the thoughts away before they could overwhelm me. She's managing well, came the reply. Willow's been a huge help, and Creek and Daisy are practically inseparable now. A bittersweet smile tugged at my lips, and I swiped at the tear tracing my cheek. Needing to shift focus, I asked, how's the hunting situation? Feeding 20,000 people was no small task. We'd hauled what little supplies remained from the bunker, but it wouldn't stretch far. My magic had revived the land, but turning that into enough food for everyone was another challenge. We've got more elk meat than we can handle, he assured me, and the blueberry fields are overflowing. That was a relief. And Astra, Alpha, everything's under control. Astra's up and mingling with everyone again. Just focus on bringing your mate home. The weight on my shoulders eased slightly. You're a lifesaver, thank you. After the call, I found Sage dismantling the tent, a luxury compared to the brutal nights we'd endured in the dark woods. The supplies she'd packed, water purifiers, dehydrated meals, felt excessive now. Remembering our woodland survival days, she teased, stuffing the tent into a saddlebag. I nodded. Do you actually miss it? He let out a dry laugh. Kinda. I mean, sure, the place was out to get us and I was half-starved before you showed up, but there was something quiet about it, our little shack by the water. I knew exactly what she meant. Still, let's not make it a repeat vacation, she added, wrinkling her nose. The joke landed, but a pang hit me. I'd never see the cabin where Creek was born again. Sage caught my expression and nudged me. We could always build you and Sawyer a new one by the creek in Paladin Village. The idea lit me up. I hadn't explored much of the village yet, but the thought of a home there with Sawyer and our son sent a rush of emotion through me. I'd love that, I whispered, my voice cracking. Sage squeezed my shoulders. We're getting him back, I swear it. With renewed determination, I wiped my face. All right, time to go steal a wagon, Sage snorted. Never thought horse theft would sound so casual. Laughing, we led our horses to the tree line behind the barn, securing them before creeping toward the storage shed Marmal had mentioned. Ready to ghost through a wall, I murmured. 2 guards were chatting near the front, oblivious. I yanked off my cuffs just long enough for my wolf to slip free, effortless as breathing, then clamped them back on. Through her eyes, the shed unfolded. Stacks of saddles, carts, wagons, everything we needed. The doors were wide open, but the guards were too busy arguing to notice. We needed a distraction, something subtle enough to pull them away without raising alarms. If only I could talk to Sage mind to mind like this. "Be ready to bolt with the wagon," I breathed, the words barely audible. She gave a sharp nod, eyes locked on the shed. She gave a quick nod, and in an instant my consciousness shifted back to my wolf's perspective. Since we were connected mentally, she already understood the plan. "Stay safe," I urged her. "I'm way faster than those idiots," she shot back with a cocky edge. Yeah, my wolf had a serious ego, or maybe that was just me. Fantastic. Without hesitation, she solidified and lunged at a nearby cage, shaking it violently. The sudden noise made both men whip around just in time to see her dart between their legs and bolt out of the barn. "What the? A wolf's loose!" one shouted, sprinting after her while the other stayed put, scowling. My wolf tore across the ground, leaving the guy in the dust. "Come on, go help your friend already," I mentally nudged. "Useless troll woman," the second man snarled before slamming the shed doors shut and charging into the woods. "Now," I hissed to Sage, snapping my focus back to my human form. We sprinted around the storage shed, wrenching the doors open. We needed something massive, strong enough to carry Pearl and us without exhausting the horses. "That one," Sage pointed to a heavy wooden wagon covered with a lightweight tarp, perfect for hiding. The thing had 4 massive wheels and 2 long poles for hitching to the horses. Grabbing a pole each, we strained to drag it forward. Damn, this thing weighed a ton, but it was our only shot at crossing dark Fae territory before stealing a car in light Fae. We inched it along, shoving debris out of the way, but the distant shouts of the men told me time was running out. Frustration flared, and without thinking, I tore off my cuffs, shoving them into my pocket. Magic surged through me like lightning, raw and untamed. With a growl, I yanked the wagon forward, hauling it at inhuman speed out of the shed. "Whoa, watch it!" Sage barely dodged as I nearly ran her over. "Sorry," I whispered, stunned by my own strength. Dragging the cart downhill to our grazing horses, I felt power crackling under my skin, my heart pounding like a drum. I was a damn freight train. When I finally stopped, breathless and dizzy, I slapped the cuffs back on. Sage stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "What the hell was that?" she demanded, eyes wide. I shrugged, laughing nervously. "Magic, I guess," she shook her head. "Your powers are getting insane." Were they, or had I just never let them loose before? Ever since discovering what I was, everyone had tried to suppress my abilities. What if I just didn't hold back? The thought was exhilarating and terrifying. Meanwhile, my wolf tugged at my attention. She'd let the men catch her, playing along as they dragged her back into the barn with a rope around her neck. The big guy handed the leash to Marmal, who crouched in front of Pearl's cage, a special key in hand. Last night, she'd explained that on harvesting days, she was trusted to take Pearl to the back room alone, no escort needed. A year of obedience had earned her that privilege. Now, it was our only shot. The lock resisted her magical attempts, shielded by some enchantment the others lacked. "Control those beasts or you're fired." The troll Fae Ithaki barked at Marmal, thrusting the rope leash attached to my wolf into her hands. Marmal's eyes flickered with recognition as she studied my wolf, then gave Ithaki a stiff nod. At least my wolf would be safe with her, and she'd secured the key to free Pearl. Now it was time to turn this place to ashes. I bolted toward the barn's rear, digging the lighter and kindling from my pocket. Shoving the dry tinder into a gap in the weathered wood, I sparked the flame, coaxing it with careful breaths until it licked hungrily up the wall. Smoke curled into the sky, thick and dark. Time to make it unstoppable. The fuel bottle Marmal had slipped me felt heavy in my grip. With a quick twist of the cap, I hurled the liquid, drenching the flames. For a heartbeat, they sputtered, then exploded, devouring the barn's backside in a roaring inferno. Heat blasted me backward, the fire's crackling laughter drowning out shouts from inside. Chaos erupted as panicked voices screamed about the blaze. My gut twisted. My wolf was still in there. Through the thickening smoke, I spotted Marmal near Pearl's cage, motionless, her gaze fixed upward like she'd been spellbound. My wolf crouched at her feet, ears pinned back. Then the air sharpened with the stench of scorched magic troll magic. A metallic symphony of clicking locks echoed through the barn as every cage sprang open at once. Flames swallowed Tripp's office and the crowd stampeded for the exits. Magic! Someone shrieked. Marmal finally moved, flinging Pearl's cage door wide. My wolf threw back her head and howled a deep, resonant call that seemed to ripple through the air, a signal. Animals stirred, testing their unlocked doors with noses and claws. Foxes, bears, even a pair of eagles burst free, adding to the madness. Marmal's power was terrifying. Smoke choked the space. "Now," Marmal yelled, tugging Pearl's chain. The dragon hesitated, eyes wide with mistrust. "Never again," Marmal swore, gripping Pearl's snout. "You're free." Pearl lurched upright, her massive frame barely clearing the cage. 20 feet of scales and muscle, her wings still tucked tight. She was a living avalanche. Then in a blur she snatched Marmal by the collar, flinging her onto her back before charging for the exit, talons tearing at the ground. My wolf didn't wait for an invitation. She bolted past the chaos, straight to me, as the barn burned behind us. Pearl had chosen her protector Marmal. The rest of us, we were on our own. She wove through the stampeding creatures like a rat in a labyrinth, until a searing pain erupted along her spine. Someone had grabbed her by the scruff and yanked her into the air. The moment Tripp hauled my wolf up to his face and inhaled deeply, my human instincts screamed at me to intervene, but the crush of fleeing bodies blocked the barn entrance. "I know you," he snarled at her, backing toward the exit as flames licked the rafters and terrified animals bolted past. Shifting my focus, I twisted around, searching for Sage or Marmal, only to freeze as a streak of gleaming white shot skyward. Pearl had escaped, Marmal clinging to her back as they soared into the night. After them. I shouted toward Sage, who was whipping our horse-drawn carriage up the dirt path. No way to tell if she heard me over the chaos, but hesitation wasn't an option. Tripp's grip on my wolf tightened with every second. Shoving through the crowd, I burst into the smoke-choked barn just as Tripp reached the doorway. Our eyes locked. His fingers dug into my wolf's throat, cutting off her air. "You," he spat, like hell. Ripping off my cuffs, I hurled my hands forward. An invisible force blasted him backward into the inferno, my wolf tumbling with him. She flickered into her spectral form, writhing free as he staggered up, then sprinted toward me. "Run," she barked in my mind. No argument here. I pivoted, cuffs still clutched in my fist, and tore through the pandemonium at vamp speed, my wolf a shadow at my heels. Within moments, I caught up to Sage's carriage. With a leap, my wolf merged back into me, and I snapped the cuffs on. "Damn near put an arrow through you." Sage snapped as I vaulted onto the moving rig. "Where's Marmal?" Did she? Her words died as I pointed upward. Sage gaped at the distant silhouette of Pearl, Marmal a speck against her scales. "So, dragons do fly," she muttered. I smirked. "Yep." The carriage jolted over ruts, slowing us down. Tripp wouldn't stay down for long. "If Pearl can make it to Magic City Prison with Marmal, we don't need this thing," I said. Sage nodded. "Cut it loose." I slashed the ropes in quick succession, the carriage swaying before collapsing in a cloud of dust. Our horses surged ahead, the sudden acceleration nearly throwing me off. Gripping tight, we raced toward Light Fay City. "Sawyer, you there?" Silence. Then faintly, "Solitary. Got into a scrap, some guy jumped Walsh." My gut twisted. Of course my convict husband picked a fight one day before his jailbreak. "Try not to get shanked before I get there," I shot back, but relief flickered beneath the irritation. At least he was alive. The tension between us crackled through our bond, sending sharp jolts of pain through my shoulder and beneath my left eye before Sawyer reeled it all back in. "No, sweetheart," he murmured in my mind. My cellmate isn't Walsh. They'd never pair us together. It's Luca, a vampire. My grip on the horse's reins tightened as my body went rigid. You got thrown in solitary for a vampire. A frustrated sigh echoed in my skull, and I instantly regretted picking a fight when we had so little time. He's different, Sawyer insisted. Saved my life more times than I can remember this past year. Just trust me, he's family. Family? Seriously. Since when did Sawyer and bloodsuckers become ride or die? I exhaled sharply through clenched teeth. Fine, I trust you, but give me something useful. How far is Walsh's cell from yours? What floor? What's your routine? Walsh is on the same level 80, the highest floor. Cell 57, I'm in 60. We share meals and hit the training room daily. Relief surged through me. That was a start. They actually let you work out. When? Where? My mind raced, piecing together the layout. Seam had described identical floors, predictable patterns. 1 hour, no weights, just cardio, basketball, nothing lethal. 4 p.m. sharp, training rooms on our floor. We never leave 80. Ever. Unless you piss someone off, I almost quipped but bit my tongue. How many others are there? A bigger group meant more risk, but also a better shot at grabbing both him and Walsh at once. His presence flickered, fading like a weak radio signal. 10 prisoners, 10 armed guards. Damn. Overkill for a bunch of magicless guys in cuffs. Okay, I'll aim for that window, babe. His voice cracked, anguish searing through our bond. If you get hurt trying to break me out. A year in that hellhole had hollowed his hope. But he didn't get it. I'd burn the world down before I let them take his head. How could I face our son someday and say I did nothing? Fragile like a bomb, remember. I threw his own words back at him. Everyone rab arrow, even him doubted me. Only Astra never had. Well, time to prove them all wrong. Oh, and Sawyer, I've got a flying dragon now. His shock exploded through me, a tidal wave of disbelief, then everything. Pain, fury, love, despair. All the emotions he'd locked away crashed into me, stealing my breath. Then, like a slamming door, he was gone. The sudden emptiness tore through my chest. I clutched my throat, choking back a sob as tears streaked my face. You good? Sage shouted over the pounding hooves. Swiping at my eyes, I nodded and gripped the reins harder, shoving Sawyer's voice from my mind. Ride hard till the light fey border, I called. They won't follow past it. Glancing back at the distant shadows, I prayed Trip didn't have anything faster than horses. We had a solid head start, so even if they were tailing us, we'd likely stay ahead. Rumor had it the dark fae could bond with animals the way shifters connected with wolves. Marmal had verified that, and then some. Sage urged her horse faster, and I followed suit, my gaze darting upward to catch the pale streak of Pearl and Marmal tracking us from above. Our goal was simple: reach Light Fae City, hotwire a car, and slip unnoticed to the harbor. Simple in theory, not so much in practice. The ride was brutal, an hour of relentless speed, with every jolt of the saddle sending a fresh ache through my backside. When the city's border finally loomed ahead, I yanked the reins, slowing my mare. Easy now, I murmured, stroking her sweat-damp neck as she heaved for breath. You were amazing. Sage and I dismounted in sync, unloading our gear before sharing what little water we had left. Guilt gnawed at me. These were Paladin horses, valuable and loyal. We can't just abandon them, I muttered. Sage glanced skyward where Marmal circled. Set them loose. Rab might send someone to intercept. Horses have a knack for finding their way. I wasn't convinced. We'd covered miles. Would they even recognize the path? Maybe if they followed the border wall straight into the wildlands, cutting past the Athaki treehouses. With a final pat, I turned my mare toward the stone divide. Go home, I whispered, nudging her rump. She bolted, her companion close behind. Rab, we're entering Light Fae City. Horses are free, hoping they'll follow the border to the wildlands. Silence. My pulse spiked. Just as I considered reaching out to Arrow or Willow, his voice crackled in my mind. Got it. Scouts en route. Sage yanked my arm. We're sitting ducks out here. I stumbled after her, my focus splintered. What's going on? Another pause. Nothing I can't handle. I gritted my teeth. Rab, my pack, spill it. Sage shot me a glare and I tapped my temple in apology. She rolled her eyes, she knew the drill. Rab exhaled. Those so-called independent wolves left the bunker. Now they're blundering through Ithaki territory, probably leading vampires right to us. Of course. That arrogant fool had been trouble from the start. Probably starved out and realized his mistake too late. As much as I wanted to ignore it, they were Sawyer's wolves, his mess was mine now. Where exactly? Wandering like idiots in broad daylight. I groaned, ducking behind an oak with Sage. Wait till dark, then retrieve them. Double patrols. If vamps show up, my stomach twisted. Fight or flee. Fortify with the witches. Defend what's ours. Copy that, Alpha. Doubt they'll make it this far. I hoped he was right. Word on the street was that the Ithaki had fallen out of favor with the vampires, something about not keeping their promises. That was a lucky break. Maybe we could work that to our advantage. I spun to fill Sage in, but a sudden movement in the trees behind her caught my eye. Move! I yelled just as an arm snaked around my waist and another clamped over my throat, dragging me backward. Sage lunged toward me, but a second attacker yanked her back by her backpack strap. My eyes locked onto the figure holding Sage and my blood ran cold. Tripp stood there, his face and clothes smeared with soot from the barn fire, his forehead creased with fury. He pressed Sage's own gun under her chin, his expression wild and unhinged. "You little traitors," he spat. "You torched my place. You stole my damn dragon. I'm gonna put a bullet in her skull while you watch, then hand you over to the vamps for a fat payday." My stomach twisted. My hands were still cuffed, useless unless I could break free. The brute holding me had to be Ithaki, judging by his iron grip. I weighed my options. Could I knock out my captor before Tripp pulled the trigger? If I threw myself forward, maybe he'd loosen his hold on Sage and focus on me instead, giving her a chance to bolt. But before I could act, a massive shadow swallowed them both. My lips curled into a grin just as Pearl dive-bombed from above, sinking her talons into Tripp's back. His scream tore through the air as Sage twisted free and the gun clattered to the ground. Pearl wrenched Tripp skyward while the Ithaki behind me tightened his chokehold. Sage scrambled for the weapon as I threw my weight backward, thrashing like a wildcat. "Not happening," the brute snarled, squeezing until my vision blurred. Typical, always going straight for the throat. I gasped, clawing for air, but his grip was unbreakable. My wolf raged inside me, panic setting in. After everything, was I really about to be taken out by some oversized troll? Then bang! The pressure vanished and I crumpled to the dirt, coughing and wheezing. My throat burned like I'd swallowed a rock. Blinking through tears, I spotted Sage standing over me, gun in hand. "Couldn't risk a headshot," she muttered, hauling me up. I rasped out a thanks, rubbing my neck as I glanced skyward. Pearl had Tripp in her clutches, Marmal riding her back like some kind of tiny, furious jockey. Tripp flailed uselessly before whoosh, she just dropped him. His shriek crescendoed as he plummeted, ending in a sickening thud against the earth. Sage nudged me. "Think Pearl's gonna be handy to have around." I nodded, then hesitated. "Hey, can you bring non-wolves into the pack?" Sage's eyebrows shot up. "There's whispers about it, but why?" Her gaze flicked to Pearl and Marmal circling above before landing gracefully in front of us. Pearl's talon, still stained with Tripp's blood, struck the ground with a heavy thud. Marmal clung to the dragon's curved horns, her hair whipping wildly in the wind. "She can actually fly," I called out to Marmal as Sage and I edged closer. A grin spread across Marmal's face, her small tusks pressing into her cheeks. "Yeah, she can." I blinked in disbelief. "You're seriously talking to her?" Marmal just nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Troll magic always full of surprises. "Tell her thanks from both of us," I said, gesturing toward Sage, who gave a quick nod before glancing nervously over her shoulder. We need to move. That gunshot and Trip's little performance. The whole city's gonna be on us like flies on honey. Marmal shook her head before I could suggest stealing a car. Pearl says she can carry 20 full-grown men. You too. You'll be lighter than a couple of feathers. Ride a dragon. Sure, that had been my backup plan for breaking Sawyer and Walsh out of prison, but still, what if someone sees us? I spotted her easily earlier, I argued. Marmal smirked. We wanted you to see us. She can cloak herself. Ancient magic will be invisible. Invisible, my jaw dropped. Not that wild when you think about it, my wolf chimed in. Fair point. If my wolf could phase through walls, maybe dragons had their own tricks. Pearl's scales shimmered under my fingers, smooth yet tough, like polished stone wrapped in velvet. Her ocean-colored eyes, deep and swirling with blues and blacks, locked onto me as she nuzzled my leg, her nostrils flaring. She says you smell like home, Marmal translated, sounding baffled. Home, I echoed, frowning. Marmal hauled me up behind Sage, and as I settled in, she hesitated. She means the dark woods. Sage went rigid against me. The dark woods. That eerie, shifting forest with its whispering trees and hidden caves. Of course, a dragon would come from there. Before I could process it, Pearl's wings snapped open. Ready? Marmal asked. The second we nodded, the ground vanished beneath us. Wind roared in my ears, tearing at my clothes as we shot into the sky. Sage whooped, but I elbowed her. Keep it down, Faye could be tracking us. She rolled her eyes. You're no fun. The view was breathtaking. Magic City sprawled below like a patchwork quilt, crisp green forests, troll villages, golden plains, light Fae cities, sleek glass towers. Then a sudden crackle of energy, the scent of burning wires, and the world blurred as Pearl's shield snapped into place. Everything looked slightly distorted, like peering through warped glass. We're invisible now, Marmal yelled over the wind. Perfect. This changed everything for the prison break. But we needed one more thing: silent communication. Hey! I shouted, and both girls turned, their expressions sharp with anticipation. My throat tightened as I gathered the courage to voice what had been weighing on me. I want you both to join me officially. As part of my pack, the Paladin Pack. If I claim you, we'll share a mental bond, a connection deeper than words. Their jaws dropped in unison. Marmal, ever the skeptic, blinked in shock. But I'm a troll, she whispered, as if that alone should disqualify her. I met her gaze steadily. And you'd be valued, loved, safe. I had no doubt Rab and the others would welcome her without hesitation. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears before she gave a small nod. Then I turned to Sage, bracing for resistance. I was ready to argue that this wasn't about abandoning her old ties, it was about expanding them. But before I could even speak, she rolled up her sleeve with a smirk. Demi, I've been your pack. Might as well make it official. My chest swelled as I remembered everything we'd survived together. With a deep breath, I slid off my wrist cuff, felt the familiar prick of lengthening fangs, and gently bit into her forearm until copper bloomed on my tongue. Mine. Pack. My alpha energy wrapped around her like a second skin, and suddenly her emotions flooded into me, her fierce protectiveness, her unshakable loyalty, even her quiet worry for Walsh and Sawyer. Then just as quickly she settled into the background hum of the pack. Testing, testing, I teased mentally. Her grin was instant. Okay, that's wild. Never pulled this off in human form before. Welcome to the family, I shot back. Marmal was next, hesitantly offering her arm. She barely knew me, let alone pack customs, yet here she was, trusting me anyway. The moment my teeth broke skin, her consciousness crashed into mine like a tidal wave, raw panic, disbelief, then overwhelming relief. She clutched her chest, gasping. I can feel you. And I feel you, I reassured her. You're not alone anymore. A tear escaped as the truth hit her. Her sister's death in last year's farm fires had left a void she hadn't even fully acknowledged until now. Without thinking, I yanked her into a hug so tight Sage had to scramble out of the way, nearly toppling Pearl in the process. You're ours, I whispered into her mind. Glad to be, she murmured back. We rode in quiet solidarity until Magic City's skyline erupted on the horizon, a breathtaking sprawl of glittering towers and winding streets. The capital of Light Fey City was nothing like I'd imagined, more vibrant, more alive. A colossal river split the metropolis in two, spanned by an arched bridge bustling with traffic. But the real spectacle was the prison, a monolithic structure rising from the river's heart like a dark jewel. Boats dotted the water around it. Fays strolled the banks in tailored suits, and the whole scene pulsed with energy. It was New York if New York ran on enchantment. "Land there," I instructed Marmal, nodding toward a secluded grove by the water's edge. The city had been carved from the wilderness but left just enough green to feel alive. Pearl touched down softly on a patch of grass, and as I stepped free of her shield, the sheer number of Fae around us hit me. Back in Delphi, they'd been rare, reclusive. Here, they moved with effortless grace, their presence almost hypnotic. Time to get to work. For the moment, we were alone, but I tugged my hood tighter just to be safe, double-checking the cuffs locked around my wrists. Sage and Marmal found me pacing in the overgrown grass, my boots wearing a path through the thick blades. I'd arrived finally, but now what? Staring up at the towering prison, knowing Sawyer was just beyond those walls, sent a surge of determination through me. I needed Sage inside, but getting her arrested on purpose. That was a risky move, one that could drag out with trials and processing, especially if this place ran like the jails back in Spokane. My wolf stirred uneasily beneath my skin, her instincts sharp. Were vampires lurking in the shadows of these bushes, watching us right now? "Keep her cloaked until I sort this out," I muttered, gesturing toward where Pearl should have been. Only a faint shimmer betrayed her presence. Marmal gave a quick nod. "She's hidden." I kept pacing, restless. "What's the time here?" Sage pulled a cell phone from her pocket. Damn, I hadn't seen one in over a year. The urge to scroll through Instagram hit me, ridiculous as it was. "Eugene hooked me up," she said. "It's 2 p.m. Light Fey time. 2 hours. That's all I had to get Sage inside before Sawyer's scheduled workout at 4. No way was I waiting another day. "All right, here's the plan." I dropped my pack and spread out the maps. The workout room was on the 80th floor, sandwiched between the mess hall and showers. "Sage, if you merge with my wolf, she can slip in, grab Sawyer, then come back for you. A massive favor, one that could get her killed. If I could have gone myself, I would have." "You know I'm in," Sage said, "but how do I land myself in prison in 2 hours? I chewed my lip, an idea forming. "Time to test your acting chops." I pointed at Marmal. "You're our escape route. Stay hidden until I signal, then get us to the top floor fast. After we grab the guys, we'll swing back for Sage before they ship her off to a psych ward." Sage choked. "Psych ward? Yep. You're gonna go full conspiracy theorist, swim the river, waltz in the front door, and rant like a lunatic, just enough chaos to get my wolf inside." Sage smirked. "You and Sawyer owe me a 5-star vacation after this." I grinned. "Deal." A shadow crossed her face, her teeth worrying her lip. "What's wrong?" I asked. It was normal to be nervous, but something else was eating at her. "I just wonder what Walsh is like now." Oh, while I'd been mentally linked with Sawyer, Sage hadn't spoken to Walsh since their ugly split. "They've changed," I admitted. "Sawyer's buddying up with a vampire." She wrinkled her nose. "Seriously, disgusting." I shrugged. "But he's still Walsh, our Walsh." I gave her a quick squeeze and she nodded. Marmal raised a hand. "Question, that place is crawling with magical wards." She pointed at the prison. "We can't fly near it unless we bring them down." "And didn't you say the guy's cuffs will fry them if they leave? How do we handle that?" "No witch, no way to break the wards." Shit. She was right. And she just tipped her hand about her own magic. She could sense the magical barriers clearly now. Bringing Raven or Star might have been smarter, but Marmal was proving more capable than I'd expected. Back then, I hadn't realized the full danger. I just wanted to keep them safe by keeping them out of it. My original plan was simple: swipe a key to free the boys from their cuffs, But the other enchantments, no clue. Were they similar to the cuffs? I'd managed to break mine once before, but it took a Fey-forged dagger and a bit of blood. Do light Fey even carry those? I muttered, half to myself. Or is that just a dark Fey thing? Marmel blinked, surprised by the question. Every Fey has their birth blade, it's sacred to them. That changed things. I paced faster, the crunch of leaves under my boots the only sound. 2 hours, that's all I had. My focus needed to stay on Sage and my wolf, but maybe, just maybe, I could slip away and grab a blade before I'll handle it. Marmel stepped forward, pulling a slender dagger from behind her back. Her grip was firm, her expression unshakable. Wait, what? I hadn't even voiced my plan yet. You need a Fey blade, but you can't leave Sage, she said matter-of-factly. I'll get one and meet you back here by 4. She thumped a fist over her heart in a silent promise. Damn, how had I gotten so lucky with these women? Thanks, I managed, my voice rough. She nodded, her gaze flicking toward Pearl, likely exchanging a telepathic message. I'll keep you updated. The words brushed against my mind as she tapped her temple. I grinned despite everything. Marmel was packed, no question. As she vanished down the hiking trail, her mission clear, I turned to Sage. Gripping her shoulders, I met her wide-eyed stare. You ready for my wolf to? Well, hitch a ride, she let out a shaky laugh. Absolutely not. I've already imagined every disaster. What if she's stuck? What if I puke? What if I lose my damn mind? But sure, let's go for it. I couldn't help but chuckle. Love you for this, she smirked. Just don't get stranded in here. 1 soul per body is my limit. I nodded like I had everything under control, even though my stomach was in knots. The idea of half my soul trapped in someone else. No thanks. My wolf stirred, pressing against my skin, held back only by Sawyer's custom cuffs. With a deep breath, I slid them off but kept them ready. The last thing we needed was my scent alerting every Fey in the city. The second my wolf lunged free, a shimmering, spectral form landing on the grass, I snapped the cuffs back on. This is gonna be weird, I warned her. But Sawyer's counting on us. Sage clenched her fists, bracing like she was about to take a punch. Then her eyes flashed gold. Her wolf's resisting, mine reported. I shrugged. Too bad, she'll deal. Right now I was in full alpha mode and nothing was stopping me from getting my man back. My wolf leaped. Time seemed to freeze her arc through the air, Sage's flinch, the way the forest itself held its breath. Then impact. A jolt of white-hot pain shot through me, Sage's scream mirroring mine as my wolf vanished into her chest. What the hell was that? I gasped. Her wolf put up a fight, mine replied, sounding just as rattled. Sage panted, clutching her ribs. This feels like my insides are rearranging. Let's make it quick. I winced, her discomfort echoing through our bond. Mine was bad enough, but hers worse. Yeah, sorry. All right, let's make this fast, I said, waving Sage toward the riverbank. We skirted around Pearl's glimmering cloak, still floating like some weird soap bubble, and I crouched near the water's edge. Scooping up 2 fistfuls of sticky mud, I turned to smear it into Sage's hair, but she dodged with a scowl. What the hell? I sighed. You need to look completely unhinged. Right now you're giving off action hero vibes, not exactly the look we're going for. She squinted. What's that even mean? I groaned. We are way overdue for a movie marathon. With an exaggerated eye roll, she finally gave in, letting me slather mud across her face, through her hair and down her clothes. I swear I'm gonna make Sawyer buy me a freaking mansion after this, she muttered, with a pool and a private chef. I smirked, twisting her hair into chaotic tangles. Deal, throw in a yacht if you want, just sell the crazy act. She took a deep breath, then suddenly widened her eyes like a horror movie extra, baring her teeth. I heard you people bathe in wolf blood, she snarled, voice dripping with theatrical menace. I need a dragon scale to cure my cursed soul. I choked back laughter. Perfect. Just don't get yourself arrested before I can bust Sawyer out. She nodded, gaze drifting to the massive prison looming across the river, all shadowy glass and eerie blue barbed wire. Magic hummed in the air, thick enough to taste, Before she could dive in, I yanked her into a hug. "Don't die, okay? Sawyer's important, but so are you." My throat tightened. "Your family, Sage, always." She pulled back, smearing mud tears across her cheeks. "Love you too. Which is why I'll never let you forget that when you had Creek, you full-on peed on the nurse." I gaped. "That is a lie." She just winked and cannonballed into the river, leaving me sputtering. From the bushes, I watched her swim, heart pounding. Halfway across, she stood and then began flapping like a deranged chicken. I switched to my wolf's vision and immediately regretted it. Being inside Sage's head was like sharing a closet with a hyperactive squirrel her wolf kept elbowing mine for space. On the opposite bank, she launched into full chaos mode, scratching at invisible bugs and screeching at the guards. "You feed your children glitter, glitter and lies." I buried my face in my hands. This was either genius or the worst plan ever. We were both absolutely doomed for exploiting mental illness as our ticket into this place. I whispered a quick apology to anyone genuinely struggling with those kinds of delusions, hoping karma wouldn't come back to bite us. "Freeze." A voice thundered, and suddenly a crimson dot from a rifle scope landed right over Sage's heart. She glanced up at the towering fence where a Fey guard now stood, weapon trained on her with a look of cold suspicion. "I know your secrets," Sage shrieked, flailing her arms wildly. "You're harvesting moonbeams to power your invisible toasters." I had to hand it to her. She was committing to the bit like a seasoned actress. The guard's brow furrowed as he lowered his gun slightly. "This is restricted property. Trespassers don't get warnings." Sage suddenly raked her nails down her face, leaving angry red marks. "The spiders, they're whispering in my teeth." The guard exchanged a glance with another just out of view. "Great, another escapee from the psych ward," he muttered before barking into his radio. "We need a medical team ASAP. Got a live one losing it by the perimeter." Before anyone could react, Sage bolted straight for the fence like she intended to phase through it. The guard shouted, "Stop her." But she slammed into the bricks only for a surge of blue energy to blast her backward, sending her sprawling unconscious. My wolf, still linked to her, blacked out too. From my hiding spot across the river, I watched the chaos unfold. The guards hesitated, then a section of the wall I hadn't even noticed began shifting a hidden gate. It seems perfectly disguised in the brickwork. Two more guards emerged, guns drawn, as Sage groaned on the ground. I reached out mentally. "Play dead. They might take you inside." She whimpered back. "Feels like I got hit by a truck but stayed limp." The guards' pointed ears twitched under their caps as they debated. "A wolf, out here, that makes zero sense," one muttered. Then 4 additional guards appeared, scanning the trees, my trees, and I ducked deeper into the brush, pulse roaring in my ears. Through my wolf's senses, I caught snippets of their conversation. "She's spouting nonsense. Probably bolted from the facility on 3rd. Another scoffed. "Since when do we house wolves there?" A third voice, icy, cut in. "Protocol says shoot trespassers. This reeks of a setup." My stomach dropped as he drove his boot into Sage's ribs. Her eyes flew open and she launched into a screeching rendition of, "The fairies steal our socks to build their ladders." The guards recoiled, but Sage, now fully committed, writhed like a fish out of water. "They tickle the clouds with noodle spoons." The kicker sighed, rubbing his temples. "Yeah, no one's faking that level of crazy. Get her to medical, but keep her quiet." One of the Fey guards crouched, yanking a roll of duct tape from his pocket. With a swift motion, he tore off a strip and slapped it over Sage's mouth. She flinched, putting on a convincing show of fear, just enough to seem harmless, not enough to raise suspicion. The guard yanked her up, twisted her arms behind her back, and dragged her inside. My pulse raced. This was it, the prison break was finally in motion. "Sawyer, I'm coming for you," I whispered through our bond, but silence answered me. I paced the shadowed grove, hidden by dense foliage, but no reply came. Sage had been taken to a hospital wing, surprisingly clean and modern, with pale yellow curtains fluttering by the window. Marmal was still trailing a jogger, but my focus snapped back to Sage as they strapped her to a bed. A fey doctor in a crisp white coat entered, her long red hair mirroring Sage's. She was babbling nonsense by the river, a young assistant muttered, handing over a clipboard. Sage jerked her head toward the doctor and blurted, "The flies are dancing in my kitchen sky," the doctor sighed. Classic word salad, likely post-stroke confusion. Word salad. Since when did doctors talk like chefs? Prep her for sedation and transfer to 3rd Street Psychiatric, the doctor ordered, scribbling on the clipboard. The assistant passed her a syringe, the needle glinting under the fluorescent lights. Sage's panic shot through our bond like lightning. "I won't leave without you," I swore. "I'd rather die than abandon you here." Her shaky reply came, "I trust you." Then in a blink my wolf burst free from Sage's chest just as she vanished, tapping into the same old magic pearl used. "Don't let the sleep take me," Sage whimpered, playing her role flawlessly. "The lizards are blooming roses." The doctor frowned, exchanging a glance with her freckled assistant. "I thought the wolves were extinct after the war," she mused. The assistant shrugged. "Maybe she's a straggler." Relief washed over me when the doctor murmured, "I always liked the wolves. Shamelock destroyed that alliance." The needle sank into Sage's arm and her consciousness slipped away. My wolf lingered, watching from the shadows. She wouldn't budge until she knew Sage was safe. A knock interrupted the quiet. "Transport's delayed until 6, a voice announced. The doctor nodded. "She'll sleep here until then. We can redose her at 5 if needed." I checked the clock. 3:15. Less than 2 hours to free Sawyer and return before they pumped Sage full of more drugs. As the door locked behind the staff, my wolf slipped through the wall, leaving Sage's sleeping form behind. Time was running out. Her eyes darted down the dimly lit corridor, searching for any sign of stairs before locking onto the neon glow of an emergency exit. I could practically hear the gears turning in her head. She knew blending into a crowd wasn't an option. Even invisible, she wasn't safe. The Fae had senses sharper than any trolls, and their magic ran deeper than anyone truly understood. Just as that thought settled, Marmal's presence yanked me back to reality, her urgency cutting through my connection with my wolf. I snapped my eyes open just in time to see her sprinting toward me, one hand clutching her side, her shirt stained crimson. My pulse skyrocketed. "We have to move now," she gasped, thrusting a gleaming silver dagger into my line of sight. "Pearl's our only way out." I barely had time to process the wound before distant screams erupted from the trail behind us. A woman's voice shrieked about an attack and adrenaline kicked in. We bolted for Pearl, who dropped her invisibility shield just long enough for us to scramble onto her back. The second we were secure, she launched into the sky, her powerful wings whipping the grass into a frenzy below. "What the hell was that?" the Fey woman snarled, scanning the sudden whirlwind as guards raised their guns. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't fire blindly. Only when we'd climbed high enough to vanish into the clouds did I dare exhale. Gently, I pried Marmal's fingers from her ribs, revealing a shallow but clean gash. "You'll live, but this needs stitches," I muttered, guilt gnawing at me. She batted my hands away with a scoff. "Please, I've survived worse than a paper cut. Focus what's happening with Sage." As I rummaged through my pack for bandages, I filled her in, my hands working on autopilot while Pearl circled the park. Meanwhile, my wolf was hauling herself up stairwell after stairwell, her stamina fading thanks to the cuffs I wore. No vampire speed, no elevator risks, just sheer determination. She'd passed a lone janitor on floor 26, but time was slipping away. 4 o'clock, 15 minutes left. Sage's bag yielded her phone, and I punched in Raven's number before logic could stop me. If anyone could crack Fey magic, it was her. The line crackled. "Hello." Raven's voice was hesitant, like she'd half expected a prank call. "You're alive," I blurted, relief flooding me. "And you're calling me from the magic lands. she shot back, disbelief lacing her tone. Damn right I am, I grinned. Now tell me how to break an unbreakable spell before we all end up as Fae target practice. Hey, it's great you called. I've got a situation that requires some serious magical firepower, I said, relief flooding my voice. Raven chimed in, Star's here with me putting you on speaker. Perfect. This wasn't a one-person job. Magic City Prison is wrapped in some kind of electric blue barrier spell. Smells like Fae magic. I need to dismantle it so I can smash a window and break the guys out. Star's tone turned cautious. Fae wards are no joke. What resources do you have? I hesitated, then laid it out. We've got a Fae-forged blade. Both Raven and Star practically shouted in unison. That's huge. Then I dropped the real bombshell. Oh, and I've got a dragon. Dead silence. I checked my phone, still connected. Guys, Raven finally shrieked. Did you just say dragon? Star's whisper was barely audible. Is it alive? Yeah, very much so. We're airborne right now. Think she can help? Star's voice shot up an octave. Can she help? Dragons are the source of magic itself. Holy, can I meet her after this? Raven cut in sharply. Focus. Star snapped back to business. Right, sorry. Listen, if she'll give you one of her scales, I can give you an enchantment to coat the blade. It'll slice through that barrier like warm butter. I glanced at Marmal, my troll companion, who'd been listening intently. After a quiet moment, she nodded. Pearl agrees, one scale, as long as it's not used to harm anyone. Star practically squealed. You've got a dragon and a translator. This is incredible. I smirked. Yeah, Marmal's part of my pack. Star quickly rattled off the incantation, and after thanking them, I hung up. Meanwhile, my wolf was struggling, exhausted, thirsty, and barely clinging to the 76th floor. The distance between us made it worse. We thrived on each other's energy. You're almost there, I urged her. Then, like a lightning bolt, Sawyer's voice roared through our bond. Demi, I feel you close. The surge of emotion hit me square in the chest. My wolf, suddenly reinvigorated, shoved off the wall and charged upward. It was dizzying the way our minds blurred together. Her fatigue was mine, her determination mine too. All that mattered was reaching Sawyer now. Her legs trembled as she hit the 78th floor, lungs on fire. 2 more. Almost there, I told Sawyer, studying the map while Marmal carefully plucked a loose scale from Pearl's side. Sawyer's voice cut in. I'm in the gym. Walsh is here. How many can you take? I won't leave without my crew. His crew? How many? 5, including me and Walsh. My jaw clenched. And the vampire's one of them. Sawyer's tone turned defensive. Luca's family, Demi. I know you don't. Fine. We'll manage. Pearl could carry 20 full-grown men. We'd make it work. My wolf dragged herself up the final steps, legs buckling, but sheer willpower kept her moving. With the last dregs of her magic, she phased through the wall, and the sight of the 80th floor cell block hit like a punch to the gut. This was going to be a nightmare. The prison corridor stretched endlessly, its iron-barred cells packed with all manner of supernatural beings, fae, trolls, warlocks, even a lone Ithaki. No one was spared here. The cells didn't discriminate. My wolf's gaze lingered on a fae prisoner, his ankles shackled in silver cuffs just like the ones I'd known growing up. The angry red scars above the restraints told a story of repeated, desperate attempts to break free. Turning, she surveyed the room, a stark rectangle with cells lining 3 walls. A bored guard slouched at a desk, scrolling through his tablet, completely unaware of her presence. So far, the walls hadn't been an issue for her, but the real problem lay in those cuffs. Without the right key, any escape attempt would end in disaster-charred remains instead of freedom. Padding silently toward the guard, she studied him, tall, lean, too engrossed in his screen to notice the predator in his midst. No old-fashioned keyring dangled from his belt like in the movies. Sawyer, she whispered through our bond, what do the cuff keys look like? Back in my human form, I'd never handled them. Mine had always been removed by magic. But here, with so many prisoners and fae running the place, they'd need something more efficient. His reply was instant. It's a square magnet on a black cord around their necks. Fingerprint activated. Great. Just what we needed: high-tech security and a wolf with no opposable thumbs. Then wolf. The guard's head snapped up, his eyes locking onto her. Damn it. Some Fae could see through illusions, and of course it had to be this guy. In a flash, she solidified, lunging straight for his throat. He reacted fast, magic crackling through her like a live wire, but I wasn't about to let him win. Back on Pearl, I tore off my cuffs, power surging through our connection. She twisted free, hitting the ground just as his hand shot toward a red panic button. So she went for the next best target, his crotch. The scream that followed was downright inhuman. Prisoners erupted into cheers, banging on the bars like it was the best entertainment they'd had in years. The guard collapsed, a shockwave bursting from him, but she dodged it with vampire-like reflexes. No cuffs meant no limits. His force field hit like a bullet, but she barely flinched. Before he could recover, she was on him again, teeth sinking into his jugular. One brutal jerk and it was over. The cell block exploded in chaos as she spat out the remains. Guards are coming, Sawyer warned. No time to waste. She vanished into her ghostly form just long enough to grab his wrist, dragging it toward her mouth. This wasn't over yet. She awkwardly clambered over his motionless body, gripping his lifeless hand in her jaws as she struggled to position his stiff finger against the necklace clasp embedded in his ruined throat. Disgusting. With a determined nudge of her snout, she forced his head to tilt sideways, blood smearing across her muzzle as she worked. We're gonna need years of therapy to unsee this, I muttered to my wolf, just as a sharp shout cut through the chaos. Hey, what's going on back there? A guard barked. My wolf froze mid-movement, her gaze darting toward the commotion. Two Fae guards had stormed into the main hall, distracted by the prisoners banging their cups and fists against the bars like a deranged percussion section. One guard finally glanced our way, but before he could react, a wolf prisoner in the nearest cell suddenly clutched his stomach and howled, "I'm bleeding," before dramatically collapsing. The guards rushed toward him, and I nearly laughed. What a legend, buying us time. My wolf seized the opportunity, twisting the dead guard's finger until the necklace finally clicked free. Yes, she snatched it up and bolted, scanning the doors as she ran. Bathroom, storage, gym, there. She slipped inside only to skid to a halt at the sight of Sawyer. My breath vanished. My polished, billionaire husband was gone. In his place stood a rugged, tattooed beast mid-chin-up, his muscles straining under the weight. Ink covered him like armor. Ripped Dad in elegant script over a heart on his forearm. Alpha above a snarling wolf on his bicep, Hudson stamped across his abs. But it was the delicate Demi scrawled over his heart that made my wolf whimper. Sawyer's head snapped up, locking onto her instantly. He'd always seen me, even when the world didn't. Around him, the gym buzzed with activity. Guards, supernatural inmates, and oh hell, Walsh lurking behind a vampire hammering a speed bag. The vamp was unfairly hot, all sweat-slicked hair and lethal grace, but Sawyer's choked cough snapped my focus back. A signal. Walsh, the vamp, and a Fae prisoner shifted subtly toward him. No grouping up, a guard barked. Sawyer bent to tie his shoe, and my wolf dropped the necklace at his feet. His fingers trembled as he grabbed it, just as the vamp Luca had to be started needling the guard. "My back's killing me, man," he groaned, while Walsh played concerned medic, creating cover as Sawyer worked the cuffs loose. "I missed you like hell," Sawyer breathed, his fingers tangling in my wolf's fur as the last restraint fell away. The cuffs, now useless, vanished under a mat. His touch was rough, desperate, and for the first time in months I let myself hope. The moment his fingers brushed my skin, warmth flooded through me, his familiar scent, his presence, everything about him sent my heart racing. On Pearl's back, I choked back a sob of relief and turned to Marmal. "Now, we do this now." Inside the room, Sawyer tossed the key to Walsh before examining Luca's injuries. "Holy hell, is that bone?" he shouted, though Luca's back was nothing but ink and muscle, flawless as ever. A guard stepped forward, weapon drawn, but Sawyer just smirked. "Relax, he's a vampire, he'll be fine." Back with Marmal, I clenched my fists. No more waiting. "Get me to that window fast and be ready to bolt the second I grab them." Pearl surged forward, her wings slicing through the air as we neared the top-floor ledge. The magic barrier shimmered like oil on water, iridescent and deadly. "Any closer and her wing hits the shield," Marmal warned. Damn it. Still 10 feet away, but hesitation wasn't an option. Sawyer was so close and Sage was still inside. "Catch me when I drop," I yelled, gripping the fey blade. "I'm taking this thing down." Marmal's eyes flickered with doubt, but she nodded. Below us, the river was a distant ribbon 800 feet down. "Please don't let this be it." I drove the blade into my palm, biting back a scream as blood coated the steel. The incantation spilled from my lips, and the knife pulsed with eerie green light. "Old magic," I muttered, more to convince myself than anyone else. "It's gonna work." My wolf's sudden alert snapped my attention back to the room. Luca headbutted a guard. Sawyer kicked another. No time left. 1. I balanced on Pearl's spine, the wind whipping around me. 2. The blade burned in my grip. 3. I launched myself at the shield, stabbing into the barrier. A crack echoed, then nothing but air. Falling. The ground rushed up in a blur, my stomach lurching into my throat. Sawyer's voice tore through my mind, "Demi," but I shut him out, focusing only on the next breath. Then Pearl was there, Marmal's hand outstretched. I crashed onto the dragon's back hard enough to send us spiraling, but Marmal anchored me with a grip like steel. "You good?" she asked, grinning. Pearl rumbled beneath us. "She says it's like a spa day." I blinked. Since when did dragons know about spas? Shaking it off, I pointed back up. "Move, that shield won't stay down forever." With a fierce beat of her wings, Pearl shot toward the tower. The barrier, now nothing but fading sparks in the wind, the moment loomed closer, and I braced myself for the inevitable agony, throwing my entire body through the window. Sawyer had warned there was nothing inside heavy enough to break the glass, no weights or tools. Just me, launching myself like a human wrecking ball. Then Marmal's voice cut through my thoughts. "Why not let Pearl smash it with her tail?" I glanced back at the dragon's tail, tipped with 6 jagged, knobby horns. Well, that was a hell of a lot smarter. I nearly smacked my own forehead but held back. There was no time. Inside, chaos erupted as inmates brawled, and we had to move fast. "Do it," I yelled. The next second, glass exploded into glittering shards. Before I even spotted Sawyer, I felt him. Perched on Pearl's back, I twisted, and there he was, framed by the shattered window, fingers tangled in my wolf's fur as she stood guard. Blood streaked from a gash near his ear, his chest rising and falling hard. But despite it all, he flashed that grin, the one that could melt steel. Damn, I'd forgotten how much that smile wrecked me. "Demi!" His arms spread wide, and I didn't hesitate. Launching off Pearl, I crashed into him, legs locking around his waist. His grip was crushing, but I didn't care. It had been too long since I'd felt his skin, his breath, the way his body anchored mine. We had a child together, and he'd only just found out. His voice was rough against my ear. "Holy hell, woman!" I buried my face in his neck, finally letting the tears go. Every sob shook me, but his arms never loosened. Pulling back, I met his burning blue eyes, our connection flaring back to life. I poured everything into him, Creek's birth, leading the paladins, surviving the dark woods, the hollow ache of missing him. Then he let me in, and the darkness hit like a tidal wave. Suicide, beatings, starvation, electric shocks so frequent he'd teetered on the edge of death. My chest caved under the weight of his pain. The only thing that kept him alive, the hope I was out there breathing. His lips brushed the tear on my cheek, salt lingering on his tongue. "I love you so much," I choked out. Then his mouth was on mine, stealing my breath. For a heartbeat, the world vanished. Was this real? Were we finally, "Hey, lovebirds, little help here"? Walsh's shout snapped us back. Sawyer set me down and we whirled to see Luca, Walsh, and two others his crew, a fae and a troll locked in a brutal fight with 5 guards. Fists flew, blood splattered, bodies slammed into walls as they wrestled for weapons. Across the room, inmates scavenged guns from fallen guards. Luca, now free from his cuffs, hurled a guard like a rag doll. The guy hit the wall just as another fae lunged, blade flashing. Time to move. Sawyer dove into the fray, and I felt an electric rush of power crackling through my veins. We had to move fast. Sage was still in danger, and that damn shield could reactivate any second, locking us in this nightmare. With vampiric speed, I lunged at the fae guard poised to strike Luca, slamming him into the wall before snapping his neck with a brutal twist. The sound of bone shattering echoed through the chamber as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. 2 more guards charged, guns drawn. Demi, Sawyer's voice was raw with fear. Instinct took over. A surge of raw energy erupted from me, manifesting as a shockwave of blue light that reduced them to dust in an instant. Sawyer gaped at the smoldering piles. What the hell was that? I swallowed hard, my hands trembling. Yeah, that was new. Luca smirked, eyeing me with admiration. Damn, where do I sign up for a woman like you? His tattoos caught my attention. 5 crew etched boldly across his collarbone. A quick glance confirmed the same mark on Sawyer, Walsh, and the others. This was his pack. The realization hit me. I had Marmal and Sage, and this was how Sawyer had survived. Maybe I needed to stop judging vampires so harshly. Sawyer grinned. Told you she was something else. Luca took my hand, pressing a chivalrous kiss to my knuckles. My Lady Alpha, I owe you my life. Heat crept up my neck. Since when were vampires this charming? A friend of Sawyer's is a friend of mine, I managed, flustered. Luca chuckled. I get it, you hate my kind. Can't blame you, my family's full of jerks. Family? I tilted my head, but Sawyer cut in. We need to move. Now. The troll Talon grunted a greeting, his massive frame towering over us. Bennett the Fae gave me a crisp salute. Appreciate the assist. An alarm blared, robotic voices announcing lockdown. Pearl materialized outside the shattered window, her majestic form drawing stunned curses from the crew. Bennett and Talon scrambled onto her back with Marmal's help while I crouched beside my wolf. Keep Sage awake. Chew through her restraints. We'll be right behind you. She vanished through the wall like a ghost. Sawyer reached for me. Babe, let's go. Behind us, a vampire snarled, waving a stolen gun. Hey, take us with you. His cuffs were still locked. Clearly, Sawyer hadn't trusted them. These guys have been gunning for me since day one, Sawyer growled telepathically. I smirked. Sure thing. Let me just ask my friend. The moment the vamp raised his weapon, Sawyer yanked me backward, and we were airborne. The wind roared in my ears as we tumbled through the air, crashing onto Pearl's massive back with Sawyer pinned beneath me. The impact knocked the breath from my lungs, but Marmal and the crew kept us from sliding off just as the gun's safety mechanism clicked uselessly. Of course it needed biometric authorization, typical corporate security overkill. Try shooting now, genius, Luca taunted from somewhere behind us. Sawyer's grin turned feral as Pearl suddenly dipped into a steep descent. Hope you like retirement, Walsh added, flipping off our would-be captors as the building shrank beneath us. My stomach lurched as we plunged downward, the emergency lights flashing like some bad nightclub strobe while a robotic voice droned about lockdown procedures. Through the chaos, my wolf's voice cut through. She'd infiltrated an elevator, overheard guards mentioning medical transport. Sage is here, Walsh's voice cracked, his usual bravado crumbling. I didn't need to answer. The raw hope and terror warring on his face said he already knew. Inside the medical wing, my wolf's perspective flooded my senses. Sage lay strapped to a bed with silver-laced restraints, her chest rising too slowly. The moment her fingers twitched under my wolf's frantic chewing, relief and fury warred in my gut. Wake up, warrior princess. I pushed through our bond, watching through shared vision as she blinked groggily. Her fingers trembled against my wolf's fur, then moved with sudden purpose to the remaining restraints. Pearl banked hard, her talons scraping concrete as we hovered beside the building. "Blinds!" I shouted mentally to Sage, just as armed footsteps pounded down the hallway. The window exploded inward seconds later, showering glass as Pearl's tail whipped through it. Sawyer's grip on my hips tightened. "You're talking to her right now," he demanded, his shock palpable when I confirmed our pact bond. The revelation hit him like a physical blow, his own cousin, bound to me. No time for family drama. Pearl folded her wings and charged forward, her bulk shaking the ground. Talon and Walsh clung to her horns like rodeo riders while the others braced for impact. As Sage and my wolf leapt through the shattered frame, I caught her wrist midair, hauling her onto Pearl's back with a grunt. "Miss me," Sage rasped, her voice hoarse but her grin sharp. The sirens faded behind us as Pearl's wings snapped open, carrying us toward the Horizon 1 broken window, and a dozen new problems lighter back in the room with my wolf. Sage and the animal pressed close together as broken glass exploded outward, scattering razor-sharp fragments across the linoleum. Sage didn't hesitate, she bolted forward, instinct screaming that every second counted. Across from us, Walsh braced himself against the windowsill, boots digging in as he stretched a hand toward her. My focus snapped back to my own body, struggling to keep balance on Pearl's massive form as the dragon swayed beneath us. Say lunged for the window and Walsh caught her midair, yanking her against his chest. She clung to him, arms and legs locking tight as his fingers tangled in her hair. A grin tugged at my lips, we'd actually pulled it off. But my wolf still stood frozen in the center of the room, paws hesitant amid the glittering shards. I smacked my chest. "Come on, jump." Why wasn't she moving? Then it hit me, the glass would shred her feet. I could almost see her mind racing for a solution when the door behind her exploded inward. A searing jolt of electricity tore through her ribs, dropping her to the ground in convulsions. My own body ignited with phantom pain as I screamed from Pearl's back. "No!" There she was, the vampire queen, smirking behind my twitching wolf, some twisted taser device in her grip. With a cruel twist of the dial, fire erupted through my nerves, human and wolf alike. Sweat slicked my skin as the world tilted. My wolf writhed, teeth clacking together, her small frame racked with voltage. I lurched forward, one foot on the sill, fumbling for the cuff on my wrist until a fey guard from the gym burst in, gun raised. Too fast. The muzzle flashed. A hot sting pierced my stomach. Blood soaked my waistband and my legs buckled. Someone caught me Sawyer's arms, and then his scream split the air, raw and guttural, morphing into a howl of pure rage. "No, you idiot. I need her alive." The queen's voice warped like a bad recording. "Cuff the wolf and raise the barrier," she snapped. Then Sawyer spoke, and his words shattered me. "Go, leave her." Pearl launched into the sky before I could protest. Below, my wolf lay limp, still trembling under the current's assault. The higher we climbed, the lighter I felt, cold, so cold. Teeth chattering, I watched the room shrink, my other half left behind. "Sawyer, don't, I can't." My voice was a ragged whisper. Pressure bloomed on my stomach, Walsh's frantic hands trying to stem the bleeding. Holes. So many holes. How was I still awake? Then the shock faded and agony crashed over me, dragging me toward darkness. This was it. I knew it. Bloody fingers brushed Sawyer's cheek. "I want you to know," each breath was a battle. "You were loved, not for money, not because of fate." Why was talking so hard? His tears fell, denial written across his face. "I loved you wildly. Tell Creek I loved him too, more than anything." The words left me, and the abyss swallowed me whole. No fight left, no light. "Sawyer," she went limp in my arms, and the world stopped. This couldn't be real. Not now, not after everything. "Demi." I whispered her name like a prayer, shaking her gently, but her body slumped lifelessly against me. Panic clawed at my throat. This wasn't supposed to happen. Not to her. Not to the woman who meant more to me than my own heartbeat. Get those damn cuffs off. Sage's voice cracked with desperation as the rest of us spiraled into chaos. Walsh tore them away, and I hated myself for ever designing them. They were supposed to protect her, but all they'd ever done was cause pain. Will she heal now? My words sounded hollow, even to me. Deep down, I knew the truth: no amount of magic or makeshift bandages could fix this. Not without a trauma unit, not without a hospital. And thanks to the vampires, those didn't exist anymore. My hands trembled against Demi's blood-soaked shirt, the fabric slick beneath my fingers. Think. Breathe. But how? Astra. Walsh's voice was barely audible over the wind. We were soaring on a dragon, invisible to the world below, racing over the glittering spires of Light Fae City like ghosts. What? I snapped, my mind a storm of useless medical knowledge and raw terror. Demi was my everything. I'd tried living without her once, nearly ended myself in that prison cell. Losing her now? Unthinkable. Walsh's shout cut through the chaos. Astra, is that healer still alive? Sage's sudden spark of hope hit me like a lifeline. The paladin priestess, she'd saved Walsh once. Maybe, just maybe, I locked eyes with the troll girl steering the dragon. Take us to Astra. Her blank stare sent a fresh wave of dread through me. Paladin village in the wild lands, Sage barked. I'll guide you, Marmal. The name clicked in my mind. Demi had mentioned her. But there was no time for introductions. Blood seeped through our makeshift bandages, pooling beneath her. My gaze flicked to Luca, his eyes burning with hunger. Demi's scent had to be torture for him after months of starvation in prison. You good? I asked, voice tight. He swallowed hard and turned away. I trusted him. He'd throw himself off this dragon before hurting her. If only I had a surgical kit, a sterile room, anything. Instead, I was pinning my hopes on a teenage girl with rumors of healing powers. The irony wasn't lost on me. We could have risked Light Fae's hospital, but they'd recognized Demi in seconds. No, our only shot was Astra. My fingers pressed into the wounds, the same stomach that once cradled our son, a child I'd never hold. The surrealness of it all hit me like a punch. Everything had been fine. She was in my arms. We were so close to getting her wolf back. How did it all go wrong so fast? Walsh tore his shirt into strips, but the blood kept coming. How could someone so small have so much to lose? Please, I begged silently to whatever might be listening. I wasn't a praying man, but for Demi, I'd believe in anything. With my free hand, I did the one thing I'd been too afraid to try. My fingers found her pulse point. Hold on. I reached for her through our bond, searching for any flicker of her presence, but there was only darkness. The same crushing emptiness I'd felt in prison wrapped around me, suffocating. Then thump. A faint, stubborn beat beneath my fingertips. I froze. The heartbeat was weak, but it was there. Demi still clung to life. Step on it. I snapped at the troll woman steering our ride. When she glanced back and saw Demi's blood-soaked body cradled in my arms, her face went pale. Tears welled up, spilling down her cheeks as she gave a tight nod. That was the thing about Demi: anyone who really knew her adored her. Even this tough troll couldn't hide her fear. Losing her would shatter everyone in her orbit, and that thought was too much to bear. Sage was messing with a phone. Why? I had no clue. There were no emergency services out here, and the medical setup in Paladin Village probably wasn't prepped for gunshot wounds. Then she spoke fast into the receiver. Eugene, Demi's been hit. Get Astra ready. A spark of hope flared in my chest. If Astra could pull off a miracle, if she was waiting when we landed, maybe, just maybe, Demi had a shot. The dragon banked over Vampire City's jagged spires, and my jaw clenched. Those bloodsuckers were behind almost every disaster in my life lately. My eyes flicked to Luca, the one exception. Pain flickered across his face before hardening into something unreadable. I couldn't imagine what it cost him to see his old home like this. Our gazes locked, and I gave him a single nod. He returned it. No words needed. Some burdens are too heavy to carry alone, and Luca had trusted me with his. Demi's pulse stuttered under my fingers, and I choked back a sound. She had to pull through. As the dragon dipped toward the wild lands, Sage shouted directions from behind me. I'd never set foot in Paladin Village before, grew up resenting them, then got stuck with that stupid ankle monitor when I finally wanted to bridge the gap. "Move it," I yelled, knowing it wouldn't help but needing to do something. If they had basic medical supplies, I could at least give Demi some of my blood. My training had covered IVs and sutures enough to keep her alive until real help arrived. Then Sage pointed ahead. There, beyond a cluster of trees, Paladin Village came into view, my breath caught. This wasn't the ramshackle outpost I'd pictured. Sure, parts were battered, some buildings looked like they'd taken direct hits, but most stood solid, built of brick and stubbornness. Makeshift shelters crowded every open space, and my chest tightened at the thought that some of those faces might be my own people. Our people. No more divisions. If we stood any chance against this war, it started here, with Demi and me. Then I spotted the fields. Rows upon rows of crops stretched over the hills, corn, lettuce, things I couldn't name. A realization hit. The paladins had skills we city wolves had lost. They knew how to survive, and right now, that knowledge might be the only thing keeping us all alive. The dragon circled above, searching for a safe place to land, but the crowded streets below made it nearly impossible. Kids darted between tents while travelers scrambled to clear the road. My chest tightened as Demi's pulse faltered. My wolf snarled beneath my skin, desperate to break free. "She's going into cardiac arrest," I barked, alpha energy rippling through the air to steady the riders. Sage spotted a clearing where a petite girl with messy brown hair frantically signaled us down. I recognized her vaguely, though she seemed even more fragile than before, her ceremonial headdress and bone necklace making her look like a child playing dress-up. This was the legendary healer. My gaze locked onto Walsh. "The second we land, track down Dr. Pearson or any city surgeon if he's gone." The dragon's claws struck dirt, and time warped. Every second stretched as Luca helped me lower Demi, her blood soaking through my sleeves. Her skin was cold. No pulse. "God, please." Then Astra stepped forward, no older than 17, her eyes blazing an unearthly blue. "Save her," I choked out, fingers pressing into Demi's wounds as tears blurred my vision. The girl didn't flinch. With a quiet authority that stunned me, she knelt and clasped her hands. "Father," she whispered, voice steady, "make me your instrument." A scream shattered the moment. Demi's mother stood frozen behind me, clutching a dark-haired baby, our son. My knees nearly buckled. I reached for him with trembling hands, his wide blue eyes staring up as if he already knew me. Demi had carried him alone through the wilderness. She'd fought for him, for us. The crowd murmured as Astra raised her arms, and suddenly the air shimmered. A cascade of blue light enveloped her like divine mist. Someone gasped. I barely noticed. All I saw was my son's face, the promise in his tiny heartbeat. Demi had to survive. She would. Because if anyone could cheat death, it was the woman who'd stared down the wilds and won. Together, we'd build a new world for him. For all of USMY heart pounded as I clung to the desperate hope that this young girl possessed the strength to save the woman I loved. Gripping Demi's lifeless hand, I pulled Creek close against my chest, his tiny body nestled between us. "He needs you. I need you," I whispered, my voice breaking as if my pleas could drag her soul back from wherever it had drifted. The shimmering blue light cascading over Astra intensified until it burned my eyes, forcing me to shield Creek's face. Pressing my forehead to Demi's, I silently begged every deity I could name to bring her back. No one else could ever take her place. Then Astra's voice ripped through the room, unnatural, guttural, vibrating with raw power. "Get back!" The command hit me like a physical blow, and I barely yanked Creek away in time before blue energy erupted from Astra's body. It arced through the air like lightning before slamming into Demi with terrifying force. What the hell? Demi's body convulsed violently as the light seared into her while Astra writhed, screaming like she was being torn apart. My stomach twisted. This wasn't right. I should have asked Walsh more about paladin healers, should have paid attention instead of dismissing them. If we made it through this, I'd learn everything. For Demi, for our people. Then just as suddenly, it stopped. Demi's ragged breathing steadied and my jaw dropped. Her wounds gone. Only 5 bullet casings remained on the floor beneath her as if expelled by magic. Relief surged through me until I saw Astra. Blood spread across her abdomen in the exact spots where Demi had been shot. My stomach lurched. She hadn't healed the wounds, she'd taken them. No, 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 no. I lunged forward as Astra collapsed, catching her just before she hit the ground. The crowd's sobs echoed around us. Priestess, leader, saint. I had no idea what title she held, only that I'd just gotten a stranger killed. Get a medic, I barked, pressing my hands to her stomach like I had with Demi, but the blood kept coming. Astra's fingers trembled as she cupped my face, her smile heartbreakingly gentle. Take care of Demi, she murmured. She's special. Then Demi gasped alive just as Astra's eyes fluttered shut. Horror crashed over me. I'd saved my wife by sacrificing a child. Demi would never forgive me. Sawyer's voice cut through the chaos as he cradled Astra's limp form. What the hell did you do? I couldn't answer, because now I understood. Astra hadn't just healed Demi. She traded her life for hers. And there was no undoing that. A wave of disorientation and terror crashed over me as I struggled to recall how I'd assisted her when she healed Walsh before. She was already bound to me, my alpha claim held her, yet that knowledge did nothing to calm the storm inside. My instincts roared to life, and I shoved myself upright, snatching her from Sawyer's arms. His face was a mask of devastation as he cradled her limp form, her body drenched in crimson. The sight twisted something deep in my chest. I yanked her against me, my vision blurring. Few people had ever mattered to me the way she did. Her unwavering trust, the way she'd clung to the hope that I'd return from the wild lands to save our people, had been the only light in my darkest hours. Astra, I whispered into her mind, my power coiling around her fading essence like vines. Take what you need, you're mine, stay with me. My energy slithered into her, anchoring her, dragging her back from the edge. Rab's voice cut through the haze like a blade. Careful, Alpha, you'll kill you both. The warning sent a chill down my spine. Willow crouched beside us, waving sage smoke over our bodies. You can't absorb all of her injuries, she murmured, her voice trembling. She has to heal the wound herself. Just keep her alive, anything more, and you'll both be lost. The weight of what I was attempting settled over me. Untrained, reckless, desperate, I was diving into magic far beyond my understanding. Sawyer's voice broke through my focus. Demi, don't you dare stop me, I snarled through our bond. He flinched, guilt flashing across his face before he dipped his head in surrender. Breathing deep, I let instinct take over. Our energies tangled, indistinguishable. Pain lanced through my gut as I poured power into her, and she drank it greedily like a starved thing. The drain was brutal, each pulse of magic leaving me weaker. Enough! Sawyer lunged forward, but Rab blocked him with a growl. She knows what she's doing. I barely registered their standoff. All that mattered was Astra. Come back, I pleaded silently, agony searing through me. Just as I thought I'd collapse, the pain ebbed. Her eyelids fluttered open. Alpha. Her voice was a threadbare whisper. The connection snapped shut, the torrent of energy ceasing. I tugged up her shirt, the wounds were still raw but closing. Relief hit me like a tidal wave. I wanted to scream at her for her recklessness, for throwing herself into danger for me. Instead, I settled for a sharp, never do that again, you don't die for me, ever. She gave me a weak, defiant smile, one that said she'd do it all over in a heartbeat. I exhaled, torn between fury and something far softer. Walsh arrived with Dr. Pearson in tow. Get her to medical, I ordered. Check for internal bleeding, fluids, blood if needed. Willow touched my hand. I'll stay with her. Around us, the pack had gathered, their gazes flickering between me bloodied and shaking Sawyer, freshly freed, Luca the traitor, and Pearl, the goddamn dragon none of us knew existed until now. Make them leave, I begged silently. The spectacle was the last thing any of us needed. I need a minute to figure things out, I said to Sawyer, my voice shaky as I stared at the bloodstains on my clothes. I had actually died. There was this blinding light, then suddenly I was floating among the stars, watching Earth from some distant corner of the universe. I remembered Sawyer's voice pulling me back, Astra's energy wrapping around me, and then the brutal yank back into my body. Right now, all I wanted was to hold my baby and stay close to Sawyer. I needed to pull myself together. No way was I letting my pack see me like this, broken and vulnerable. Sawyer motioned toward Luca, Bennett, and Talon, his tone leaving no room for argument. These men are under my protection. No harm comes to them. It wasn't just a statement, it was a warning. Everyone else, back to your tents. We'll meet tomorrow to plan how we take back Wolf City. The crowd erupted in cheers before dispersing, leaving the meadow quiet. Once most had cleared out, Sawyer scooped me up without warning, his arms tight around me. "You hurt anywhere?" he asked, his voice rough with concern. I shook my head, scanning the area. "Creek." Sawyer carried me over to Sage, who handed me my son. The second his tiny body pressed against mine, I choked back a sob. God, I had missed him. That sweet, newborn scent like fresh linen and warmth hit me hard. Creek nuzzled into my shirt, rooting around, and Sawyer let out a low laugh. "Guess I'm not the only one who missed you," he teased. "Take us home," I murmured. "Just one night, just us. Tomorrow we fight." He nodded, then barked orders at Rab to make sure our guests were taken care of, including Pearl. Sage led the way to our cozy little cottage across from Astra's meeting hall. The moment Sawyer stepped inside, his eyes swept over the place's hand-carved furniture, the warm glow of the kitchen. "You can put me down," I said, adjusting Creek in my arms. Sawyer ignored me. "Where's the bedroom?" Sage pointed down the hall, and he carried me straight there, barely glancing at the rest of the house. "Astra set this all up for me," I told him, wanting him to know how much she'd done. He nodded, something like respect in his gaze. "It's good, she's special." But the thought of Astra, hurt and healing because of me, twisted my gut. I felt hollow, like a piece of me was missing. And then it hit me hard, my wolf. "Oh God, Sawyer, my wolf," I gasped, the realization slamming into me. In all the chaos, I'd forgotten her. She was trapped, silenced, just like I had been once. Panic clawed at my throat. Sawyer's grip tightened as he laid Creek and me on the bed, then climbed in beside us. "I know," he murmured, his voice thick with his own wolf. His eyes burned gold as he cupped my face. "Demi Calloway Hudson, I swear to you nothing will touch her. Nothing." I believed him. Right then, with our son curled between us, I let myself lean into that promise. But guilt still gnawed at me. My wolf had sacrificed herself again so I could be free. And all I could whisper into the dark was, "I'm so sorry." My heart ached as I pressed my forehead against Sawyer's, the weight of everything we'd been through settling between us. We stayed like that, silent and exhausted, until I finally dragged myself to the shower, washing away the remnants of the night's chaos. When I returned, we collapsed into bed together, our first night as a real family. Hours later, Creek's cries pierced the quiet, and I stumbled toward the kitchen, half asleep, only to find Sage already warming a bottle. "Go back to bed," she whispered, nodding toward Sawyer's room. Too drained to protest, I shuffled back down the hall, slipping under the covers as carefully as I could. But Sawyer stirred anyway, his voice rough with sleep. "Need me to help?" He pushed himself up, blinking through the dark, his tattoos stark against his bare chest. And damn if he didn't look good. The sight of him all muscle and ink, his hair a mess, sent a jolt of heat straight through me. "Sage has him," I murmured, shifting closer until our bodies aligned. The second our skin touched, something primal took over. A year of distance vanished in an instant, replaced by raw, desperate need. His hands gripped my hips, pulling me against him as I tangled my fingers in his hair, our mouths crashing together in a kiss that burned hotter than anything I'd ever felt. I wasn't gentle. Neither was he. Nails scraped skin, teeth nipped, and when he tore my underwear off, I didn't care about anything but having him. "Not yet," he growled, his voice thick with restraint. I huffed in frustration, but then his mouth was on me hot, relentless, and I arched off the bed, gasping. Every flick of his tongue sent shocks of pleasure through me, and by the time he finally slid inside, I was already trembling on the edge. This wasn't the careful, tender Sawyer I remembered. This was something wilder, something fierce. His hands gripped my hair, his eyes flashing gold in the dim light, and when I looked up at the tattoo over his heart, my name etched into his skin, something deep inside me ignited. The bond between us flared to life, burning brighter than ever. And as we moved together, nothing else in the world mattered. The connection between us felt alive, pulsing with raw emotion that spoke louder than words ever could. Sawyer's devotion was undeniable. I was his entire world, and he'd tear down anything standing between us and happiness. His love wasn't just protective. It was fierce, all-consuming. Every touch, every movement between us was electric, as if we were trying to reclaim every lost moment from the year we'd spent apart. When the intensity became too much, I surrendered completely, muffling my cries against the pillow as he trembled above me. With Sawyer by my side again, I knew we were unstoppable. The next morning we showered together, the steam still clinging to our skin as we stepped into the living room. Sage was curled up on the couch with Creek nestled safely between her and the cushions, her instincts keeping him secure even in sleep. Gratitude swelled in my chest. She'd been my rock through it all. I gently shook her awake. "Go rest," I murmured. "I've got him now." She blinked sleepily, kissed Creek's forehead, and shuffled off to her room. Sawyer immediately took her place, stretching his arm behind his head as he gazed down at our son. His voice was rough with regret. "You and Sage really did all this alone, out in the wilderness with nothing." I could feel the weight of his guilt through our bond. "We managed," I said simply. Sawyer exhaled, determination flashing in his eyes. "You're incredible. Teach me everything, how often to feed him, how to change him, all of it." Creek stirred at the sound of his voice, and I stifled a laugh. "First lesson," I whispered. "Babies don't appreciate your alpha volume right in their ear." Sawyer's eyes went wide just as Creek let out a wail. "Oh, crap," he whispered, horrified. I guided him through the basics, how to test if Creek was hungry by offering a finger, the right way to burp him, even the best holds now that he could support his own head. Sawyer absorbed it all with a mix of awe and determination. "I love him," he admitted softly as Creek tugged at his scruffy beard. "A week ago I didn't even know he existed. Now I'd give my life for him without hesitation." My heart swelled as I carted my fingers through Sawyer's hair. "Welcome to fatherhood." His grin was the same heart-stopping one from our days at Sterling Hill, but it faltered as shadows crossed his face. "You must have been terrified out there, Demi, alone with him." I nodded. "I was, but those woods didn't break me, they made me stronger. Without that struggle, I wouldn't be ready for what comes next." Sawyer's gaze sharpened. "You have a plan." "I do," I said. "Yeah," he replied, voice low. "It's time we rallied everyone and took back what's ours. Every day those vampires dig in deeper, they tighten their grip." My breath caught. Ours. The Paladin lands were mine, the city his. Was he asking me to leave my people behind? He read my hesitation and shook his head. "Ours. The Paladins and the city one pack." The conviction in his voice sent a shiver down my spine. This wasn't just a battle cry. It was a promise. This family curse had haunted my pack for generations, twisting marriages into desperate transactions rather than unions of love. Breaking that cycle meant everything to me. It wasn't just a fresh start, it was a rebellion. I motioned to our modest little cabin, its wooden walls worn but warm. "I know it's no penthouse with a Tesla parked outside, but once we reclaim Wolf City, maybe we split our time between there and here." Sawyer's grin was instant, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Sweetheart, after sharing a cell with a vampire royal for a year, this place feels like a five-star resort. My stomach dropped at the mention of royalty. Luca's a prince, the words tasted bitter. Sawyer hesitated, regret flashing across his face. Not her son, her nephew. The queen locked him up to keep him from the throne. He despises her. That didn't erase the Drake blood in his veins, but it eased the knot in my chest slightly. Sawyer set Creek onto his handmade playmat, his movements careful. When Walsh and I first got thrown in, the Queen put a bounty on our heads. Any inmate who killed us walked free. My breath hitched. That was cold even for her. He nodded, jaw tight. We got jumped daily. Would have died if Luca hadn't stepped in. Then Bennett, then Talon. My fingers brushed the tattoo on his collarbone. 5 crew. Once we had each other's backs, the attacks stopped, permanently. The pride in his voice warred with the ache in mine. These men had kept him alive, even the vampire. Their family now, I whispered, forcing the words past my pride. Sawyer cradled my face, his thumbs brushing my cheeks. This year apart nearly broke me, but we're tougher now. I kissed him, pouring a year's worth of longing into it. When we pulled apart, his gaze dropped to my bare left hand. Ring's gone, I winced. Traded it to Seam for intel on busting you out. His laugh rumbled through me. Best damn reason to lose a wedding ring. Had to spring my convict, I teased, nudging him. For a moment it was perfect, just us, our son, the quiet hum of safety. Then reality crashed back. They'll come for you, I murmured. The supernatural news outlets were probably already blasting our faces everywhere. Sawyer's sigh was heavy. For both of us. A knock shattered the moment. Luca stood at the door, shadows bruising his eyes, his usually sharp features drawn. Behind him, Bennett and Talon loomed like mismatched bodyguards. Creek snoozed on his rabbit fur mat, oblivious. You look like hell, Sawyer said. Luca rubbed his neck, his shirt riding up to reveal a sliver of sun-starved skin. Missed 2 feedings. The hunger in his voice sent a chill down my spine. Sawyer just shrugged, apparently. Rooming with a vampire made you immune to the creep factor. Meanwhile, I was still stuck on the fact that my husband's best friend needed blood to function. Priorities, right. Sawyer's offer hit me like a freight train, his voice steady as he volunteered to let a vampire feed from him, as if it were no big deal. A protective instinct flared inside me, fierce and unexpected. Alpha Sawyer, willingly offering his blood to another male vampire. Unthinkable. He's done this before, Sawyer's voice echoed in my mind, sensing my unease. They nearly starved him to death in prison. I kept him alive. I'd do it again, he's family, Demi. The words kept replaying like he knew I needed convincing. None of this was easy, being thrown into each other's lives, strangers with no shared history. Luca hesitated before speaking. We've been talking, maybe it's best if we disappear for a while. Staying here just puts a target on your pack. The weight of his words hit Sawyer hard, but he nodded. All of you, the others, Faye and Troll included, agreed. Talon shrugged. Nothing left for us here but a death sentence. We already said our goodbyes to Walsh. It finally sank in. They were fugitives wanted in Magic City. These were Sawyer's closest friends, his ride-or-die crew. Letting them go was agony, but survival meant splitting up. Sawyer's warning cut through the tension. The hunters will come for you. Luca smirked, brushing it off. Hunted here, hunted there, what's the difference? I can handle a few humans. Bennett barked a laugh, slapping Luca's shoulder. Weak isn't the word, man. My cousin says they're deadly and not exactly human. Luca's eyes darkened, his grin turning sharp. My aunt's worse. Until I can take her out, I need to vanish. Rage surged through me at the mention of his aunt. She's mine, I snapped, stepping forward. The guys stared, caught off guard. I swallowed hard, forcing calm. If anyone's ending her, it'll be me. Luca's grin was downright sinful, like a rebel straight out of an old movie. Fair enough, Mrs. Alpha. Call me when it's done and I'll come home. Sawyer waved them off, voice tight. Go, we don't need more vampires sniffing around. But his tone betrayed him. Luca hesitated before handing over a slip of paper. "Bennett's cousin's number where we'll be." Sawyer pocketed it, and for a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Bennett pulled him into a rough hug, thumping his back. "Never forget that lunch tray," he muttered, and they both cracked up. The sudden burst of laughter hit me like sunlight, proof of the unbreakable bond between them. Talon hugged him next, grinning. "Finger to the eye, remember." More laughter, and my chest ached with warmth. Luca was last. He stepped close, hands on Sawyer's shoulders, mischief glinting in his gaze. "Glad I didn't kill you when I had the chance." The words hung between them, loaded with history and something deeper, a friendship forged in fire. Sawyer flashed a cocky grin. "Yeah, right, like you could take me." Luca laughed, yanking him into a rough hug before delivering 2 solid back slaps. "Hit me up when Demi discovers her secret twin," Luca teased as he stepped back. "Screw you," Sawyer shot back, lunging forward with a mock punch. Luca dodged effortlessly, moving with supernatural quickness, and for a moment the whole group shared in the laughter until the reality of their situation crept back in, silencing them one by one. "Take care, man," Luca said quietly. Sawyer swallowed hard. "You too." Turning to me, Luca dipped his head. "We owe you, Demi." I simply nodded, my throat tight. Watching their bond had shattered my earlier assumptions about Luca. Family ties didn't define a person's character. He was loyal, and that mattered more than bloodlines. As the trio walked away, Sawyer's grief hit me like a physical blow. These weren't just allies, they were his brothers, and the uncertainty of their next reunion hung heavy in the air. I stepped close, pressing my cheek against his shoulder blades and circling my arms around him. "We'll reclaim Wolf City," I murmured. "Take down the Queen, throw the wildest wedding celebration this world's ever seen, and your friends will be there." Sawyer turned, cupping my face in his calloused hands. "I'll hold you to that." A shaky breath escaped me as the enormity of our mission settled in. "But we need a solid plan first." The team gathered in Astra's chapel. Star, Raven, Eugene, Rab, Arrow, Sage, Walsh, Marmal, and me. I'd checked on Astra earlier. Though the wounds were technically mine, she was recovering steadily. The doctor promised she'd be back on her feet in weeks. Now we had to act before the Queen could siphon my wolf's power, or worse. I'd tried reaching her, but the connection was severed, blocked by magic. Those damned cuffs again. I caught flickers of her fear, nothing more. A hazy sense of her location teased my mind, somewhere in light Fae territory, before dissolving like morning fog. If the Fae let the Queen drag her to Vampire City, we'd be in real trouble. Sawyer clapped his hands. "All right, we know the stakes. Vampires out, wolves back in. Who's got ideas?" Marmal fidgeted before speaking. "I can rally trolls. We're restricted from discussing our magic, but we're lethal with metal." Sawyer's eyes lit up. "You mean weapons? Can you neutralize them?" Marmal tensed, as if fighting an invisible restraint. "She can," I cut in, recalling how she'd shattered every lock in Tripp's menagerie. Relief washed over her face. "That's huge," Sawyer said, jotting notes. Star jumped in. "We'll shield the trolls while they work." Sawyer's excitement pulsed through our bond. "Perfect." Rab drummed his fingers. "The Queen won't walk into that trap blindly. The moment she realizes we're united against her, she'll either flee or target Demi's wolf to force her out." The room fell silent as the truth sank in. He wasn't wrong. I'd confessed earlier that we'd left my wolf behind, and the raw pain in his eyes had nearly shattered me. "I've got a solution," I announced, bracing for the inevitable backlash. This wasn't just reckless, it was borderline suicidal, and I knew every person here would reject it outright. Sawyer's sharp gaze locked onto me, his body coiled like a spring. "Let's hear it." Only Sage met my eyes without judgment as I laid out the insanity. "I'll lure the Queen into the dark woods where I control the terrain and end her." The words tumbled out and chaos erupted. Sawyer's voice boomed over the others. "The same woods that trapped you for a year. You're out of your mind." Raven and Rab protested in unison. while Eugene's reminder about our son hit like a gut punch. Even Sawyer's grim warning about the queen finishing me in those twisted trees sent ice through my veins. But Sage, she just studied me, quiet as a shadow, before silencing the room with a raised hand. "Do you truly believe the woods won't betray you again?" Her question was a blade, precise and probing. I didn't hesitate. "They led us home. They chose me." A slow smile curved her lips. "Then they'll fight for you." The image of an ancient oak crushing the queen's skull flashed in my mind, and I grinned back. Sawyer looked lost until Sage stood, yanking up her shirt to reveal the lattice of scars across her torso. Walsh's choked sound of anguish cut through the stunned silence. "I ignored the warnings," she said, voice steady despite the memories. "The woods hunted me, the trees move, the creatures obey her," her finger jabbed toward me. "But they'll defend her now." Sawyer slumped in his chair, muttering, "Holy hell," while Walsh's golden eyes burned with unspoken regret. Love and loss hung thick between them. Sage wasn't the woman who'd wait around for confessions anymore. Sawyer's hand found my thigh under the table, his grip saying everything words couldn't. "I trust you, I'm with you." "Fine," he gritted out. "But I'm going too, chainsaw included." I rolled my eyes. "You'll get yourself killed." "Not without you," he shot back, stubborn as ever. Sage cut in. "We bring Creek. If the vampires learn about him," cold dread spiked through me. "The cabin." "They'll wait there," I said, the plan crystallizing. "I draw her in, end it." The thought of returning to where I'd held my newborn son pulsed like a heartbeat. Sawyer's doubt resurfaced. "Would the woods harm Creek?" Rab and I answered as one. "Never." Rab's words hung heavy in the air. "He's the next Paladin Alpha. No one lays a finger on him." Sawyer's expression shifted as the weight of that truth settled over him, his eyes widening just enough for me to feel the ripple of surprise through our bond. "How the hell is our son supposed to lead two packs?" The question burned between us, but I had no answers. "Future Sawyer and Demi's problem," I shot back, and he gave a grim nod before turning to the others. Eugene leaned forward, his voice tight. "We've got over 100 pregnant women. How do we keep them safe when this fight starts?" The tension in the room thickened. I drummed my fingers on the table. "What if we move the women, kids, and elders into the bunker with enough supplies to last a week?" Sawyer considered it, then shook his head. "We won't need a week. This ends in 24 hours, fast and brutal." A heavy silence fell. No one wanted to be the one to say it, but the question lingered. When do we start a war that could cost lives? Then Luca's voice cut through the quiet from the doorway. "I'd say sooner rather than later, considering they're hunting you down." Sawyer's grin was instant. "Missed me that much, huh?" Luca rolled his eyes. "My aunt's a nightmare. Figured you could use backup." Their banter was almost cute if you ignored the fact that we were planning a bloodbath. Luca slid into the group effortlessly, mentioning Bennett and Talon were holding down Spokane. I glanced at Sage, expecting her to be eyeing the vampire like dessert, but her attention was locked on Walsh. Raven, however, wasn't even trying to hide her interest. I smirked. "Someone's got a type." "You fed yet?" I asked Luca. He looked better, less like death warmed over. "Found a Fae Thaki in the woods," he said casually. "After she tried to gut me, I had a snack. Well, that killed any lingering attraction real quick." Sawyer shot me a look. "He doesn't feed without consent unless they try to murder him first." Obviously, I cut to the chase. "Can you compulse?" The question froze him mid-breath. Maybe it was a vampire taboo. "Because if you can," I pushed, "we could lure the queen into the dark woods. My power's still weak and no way it works on her." Luca's expression darkened. "The dark woods, cursed ground. Better odds for us," I said. "Us," Sawyer corrected. "We kill her there." Luca studied me. "She has your wolf," I nodded, "and she wants your blood to steal your power." Sawyer had clearly filled him in. "Yeah," Luca shrugged like he was discussing the weather. "Then assume she's already fed on your wolf. She'll be at full strength." The words hit like a punch. "Fed on my wolf." My stomach twisted. Luca must have seen it because his usual sharp edges softened. knowing that gives us an edge, but no one compulses the queen. She's tied to us in ways even I can't explain, like your pack bonds, but worse. Great, just great. So you're useless. I didn't bother hiding the frustration. He smirked. Not entirely, but you'll need more than tricks to take her down. Fantastic. Because I was fresh out of miracles. Luca's grin widened, revealing sharp canines that dug into his lower lip with predatory satisfaction. Don't get me wrong, my aunt craves your power, but she'd trade it all for the chance to tear me apart. Vampire law protects royals, though. Kill one, and your entire bloodline gets wiped out while you lose the throne. He delivered the info like he was discussing the weather, casual yet chilling. Told you he was the real deal, Sawyer's voice echoed in my mind. Fine, you win, I conceded silently before voicing my doubt. If she can't touch you, how does that make you useful bait? Sawyer leaned forward, mirroring my skepticism. She can't kill you, but her minions can take the fall. They'd rot in prison while she sleeps like a baby. Luca's confidence never wavered. Exactly, and trust me, she'll want front row seats to watch it happen. I crossed my arms. How would the magical creature council even prove it was her? The system's a mess. A silent exchange passed between Luca and Sawyer, something unspoken, heavy. Finally, Sawyer gave a barely perceptible nod. The MCC's got a new witch rep, Luca explained, lowering his voice. Her ability makes trials pointless. No evidence, no arguments, just the raw truth. Star, who'd been quiet until now, blurted, "She's a living lie detector, pulls memories straight from your skull and projects them like a damn movie." My stomach dropped. Holy hell. So if Luca dies, she could replay his murder and expose the queen. If I die, Luca corrected, raising a finger, which I don't plan on. But the realization hit me like a truck. Sawyer's rushed trial, the way he'd stiffened when the witch was mentioned. My throat tightened. Sawyer, did she see you? His hand found my knee under the table, warm and steady. It's okay. The others suddenly found their nails fascinating. She saw you kill Vicken. But without me there to testify about what he did, they sentenced you. Guilt twisted inside me. A year of his life gone because I'd left for the dark woods, because I'd chosen duty over him. I'm so sorry. Stop. His grip tightened. Neither of us saw it coming. You got me out. That's what matters. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Now wasn't the time to fall apart. All right, I said, turning back to Luca. What's the play? The next hour was a whirlwind of strategy, evacuating non-combatants, coordinating with Marmel's trolls, dismantling the Queen's forces in Wolf City. Every piece had to click into place like gears in a clock. By the end, we had a plan. As the others dispersed, only Luca, Sawyer, and I remained. After we take the Queen down, I asked, does that make you king? The thought of ending her reign was sweet, but politics were messy. Luca barked a laugh. Wish it were that simple. The Drakes are a nest of vipers, 16 royal siblings, countless relatives, all clawing for power, he smirked. But hey, at least the chaos will be entertaining. Only the strongest can claim the throne, and naturally that's me. Luca's arrogance was almost impressive, his smirk unwavering. But if you can't reproduce together, how are there so many of you? The moment the question left my lips, Sawyer tensed, his jaw tightening. I'd clearly struck a nerve. His past. It's complicated, Sawyer muttered, his voice low. Damn. Guilt twisted in my gut, but before I could backtrack, Luca cut in. My family is what we call a legacy line, purebred humans obsessed with bloodlines. They stay human, pumping out kids like a factory, then turn us into vampires between 20 and 40, locking us in these bodies forever. My mind reeled. Legacy families. Human-born drakes. It sounded like some twisted breeding program, coldly efficient and disturbingly strategic. A flicker of pain crossed Luca's face before he schooled it back into indifference. So when the Queen dies, Sawyer redirected, sparing Luca further discomfort. A month of mourning, Luca replied, perking up. And during that month, absolute chaos. Relatives scheming, backstabbing, poisoning each other's tea, all for a shot at the crown. I choked out a laugh. Sounds like a real wholesome family reunion. Luca just shrugged. You think that's bad? You should see Thanksgiving. Sawyer folded his arms. So you'll lay low in Spokane, avoid the hunters. Luca stretched lazily. That's the plan. The absurdity of it all hit me storming Wolf City, taking down the Queen. Could things ever go back to normal? Hell, I wasn't even sure what normal looked like anymore. Marmel's return snapped us back to reality, 200 trolls at his back, their massive frames silhouetted against the dusk. Famine had driven them from Troll Village, and now they stood ready to fight for a new home. Sawyer's vision was clear. Wolf City wouldn't just belong to werewolves. It'd be a haven for anyone who helped free it, witches, trolls, even former enemies. Walsh stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. I'll lead the charge with the trolls. We'll strip the vamps of their tech before they know what hit 'em. Nearby, Sage and Walsh exchanged tense glances, their unresolved tension thick enough to choke on. Not now. Arrow and Willow moved to escort the women and children to the bunker, Daisy peeking from her sling with wide eyes. As I stood at Paladin Village's gates, the weight of what came next settled over me. War wasn't something you could ever truly prepare for. That primal instinct, fight or flight, only carried you so far. The rest, that was on you. Marmel grinned, hefting his axe. Let's give 'em hell. Sawyer met my gaze, and for the first time in forever, I felt it. Hope Eugene and I would spearhead our forces, flanking the trolls to crush the vampires with raw strength and relentless arrows. His savage grin mirrored my own fierce pride. This pack was untamed, unstoppable, a force of nature. Meanwhile, Sage, Sawyer, Creek, and I would position ourselves in the Blackthorn Forest, lying in wait for the Vampire Queen. Hiding while others fought gnawed at me, but the strategy made sense. Eliminate her, and the war crumbled. With her son Vickin gone and her king slain by Walsh, taking her down would send Vampire City into chaos. Just as Luca predicted, they'd collapse into mourning, giving us 30 critical days to fortify our territory. Luca's voice cut through the tension as he addressed the gathered warriors outside Paladin's gates. I'll draw the Blood Queen through the village and straight into the forest where her reign ends. The crowd roared at his mocking nickname for her, and I smirked. For a vampire, he'd grown on me. Say your goodbyes now, I shouted. We'll feast when this is over, Sawyer added. And I owe my wife a real wedding. Consider this your invite. Laughter rippled through the ranks, a stark contrast to the old hostility between city wolves and paladins. Now they stood united. A familiar figure pushed through the crowd, a werewolf from the so-called freeloaders faction, gripping a katana and spear. We want to fight, he said, dipping his head. No gloating, just a curt nod. Join Rab in Wolf City. As he melted back into the throng, Sawyer shot me a questioning look. Later, I muttered. Then I saw them, my parents, Sawyer's mother, Creek cradled in my mom's arms. Her tears glistened. Please let me take him to the bunker, she begged. Sawyer shook his head. No separations. The Queen thrives on division. Reluctantly, she passed Creek to Sawyer, who secured him in a sling. The sight of my tattooed mate cradling our son, unbearably hot. I let my parents pull me into a crushing hug. Mom trembled, sobs racking her frame. Dawn will come, I whispered, though none of us knew what it would bring. As Arrow and Willow led the vulnerable to safety, the weight of the plan settled over me. 10,000 warriors remained. Sawyer's tension pulsed through our bond. His disheveled hair, the shadows under his eyes, he doubted this as much as I did. But doubt wouldn't stop us. I brushed his hair back, my touch lingering. No words, just resolve. I love you, and don't forget you owe me a new wedding ring, I teased, keeping the mood light. Sawyer's smile told me he appreciated the humor, a welcome distraction from the weight of what lay ahead. I love you too, Demi, he murmured, pulling me close with Creek nestled between us. His kiss sent a bittersweet pang through my chest. After everything we'd endured, all I wanted was a simple, happy ending. Was that really too much to ask? Before I could say another word, White-hot pain seared up my spine, dropping me to my knees with a cry. "Demi!" Sawyer shouted, his voice laced with panic. My vision blurred as agony tore through me, my wolf's energy being viciously siphoned away. Number guilt twisted inside me. "I'm so sorry I abandoned you," I sobbed inwardly, my body convulsing. The queen had done this. She drained my wolf like some kind of supernatural battery. "Where are you?" I reached out desperately, but the connection snapped shut, leaving only silence. They'd restrained her again. Sawyer knelt beside me, Creek cradled in one arm, his free hand gripping my shoulder. "Demi!" His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed his fear. I wiped sweat from my lip, my breath ragged. "I'm okay," I lied. "The queen fed from her, but I'll survive." His frown deepened, but he didn't seem surprised. He helped me up, his grip firm. "The queen knew we were coming, just as Luca warned. She'd gorged herself on my wolf's power, prepping for battle." The next 30 minutes were a blur of preparation. Mounted warriors formed the front lines, trolls leading the charge, while archers and snipers fell into position behind them. Guns might fail if the witches interfered, but we had no other choice. Every second dragged as we waited for Arrow and Willow's signal. Sneaking an army into Wolf City under the vampires' noses was no easy task. If luck was on our side, we'd strike at dawn when the night's predators were weakest. Sleep. That luxury would have to wait until tomorrow if we lived to see it. Finally, Arrow's voice echoed in my mind. "Everyone's secure in the bunker, waiting for your signal." Relief flooded me. They'd made it. If this goes wrong. "If Sawyer and I don't make it," I ordered, "get everyone to Spokane. Ignore the hunters. The vampires won't stop at us. They'll raise Paladin lands next. Promise me." Arrow hesitated, then grumbled, "Fine. We'll play human if we lose." Happy. With that, I signaled Marmal and her trolls to advance. Astride Pearl, Marmal looked every inch the warrior queen, her confidence infectious. "I want to fight with them," I admitted, watching the trolls vanish into the trees. Sawyer adjusted Creek against his chest, his jaw tight. "I know, but our fights with the queen, last time I got distracted. Not again." Rab and Eugene approached, their forces assembled behind them, thousands of warriors armed and resolute. "We're ready," Rab declared, while Eugene, perched on a sleek black stallion, added, "I'll guard the rear." No modern vehicles, no shortcuts. This was Paladin tradition, raw, brutal, and honest. The horses stamped restlessly, sensing the storm ahead. "Go," I commanded. "Good luck," I whispered to my pack. A sea of determined nods answered me before they surged forward, disappearing into the shadows. The battle had begun. Rab dug his heels into his horse's sides, sending the beast surging forward as an army of warriors charged into the dense forest behind him. The sky blushed with streaks of pink and gold as dawn broke, casting an eerie glow over the trees. Eugene and Rab vanished into the woods, but my gut twisted at the thought of hiding in the shadows while Luca played bait. I needed the queen to find me. This entire scheme depended on her taking the bait. "Luca," I said, my voice tight, "you're absolutely certain your aunt will chase you?" The urge to end that woman burned hotter than anything I'd ever felt. He shrugged, flashing a careless grin. "Pretty damn sure." That wasn't reassuring. I turned to Sawyer, locking eyes with him. "Do you trust me?" His brow arched slightly. "Yeah, good," I said, nodding. "Be ready to move when I give the signal." His frown deepened. "You're not going alone." I smirked at the towering vampire, his ink-covered arms crossed. "I'm not, you're coming." Luca blinked, then shot Sawyer a questioning glance. Sawyer's glare could have melted steel. "Flirt with her and I'll rip your fangs out." Luca chuckled, his canines elongating. "Relax, man, I admire from a distance." He held up his hands in surrender. Sawyer's eyes flickered gold. "Admire from another continent." Luca clapped him on the shoulder, shaking his head. "Alphas and their territorial nonsense. I swear I'll treat her like family." That seemed to settle Sawyer, his eyes cooling back to blue. With the ground rules set, I took off at a jog, Luca effortlessly matching my pace with his vampiric speed. "So what's the grand plan, sunshine?" he teased. I shot him a look. "No nicknames." He clutched his chest dramatically. "Just stating facts, your hair's practically glowing." "No commentary," I said, though I couldn't help the smirk tugging at my lips. The guy oozed charm thick enough to drown in. Lucky for him, I was happily taken. He gave me a lazy grin but stayed silent as we ran. When we reached the midpoint between Paladin Village and Wolf City, I skidded to a stop, panting. "Here's the deal, I'm doing something guaranteed to draw the queen out. Then you lead her straight into the dark woods." His eyebrow quirked. "That something is. Trust me," I said, pulling out the sterile needle Raven had slipped me earlier. I pricked my finger, letting a single drop of blood well up. Luca staggered, gripping a nearby tree like it was the only thing keeping him upright. "Sweet hell," he groaned, nostrils flaring. "That's like dangling a steak in front of a starving wolf." I rolled my eyes and smeared the blood onto the bark. He recoiled like I'd set him on fire. "Warn a guy before you unleash liquid temptation." He snarled, his voice dropping into something feral. "Okay, maybe this wasn't my brightest idea." "Sorry," I muttered, squeezing another drop onto a fallen leaf. Luca clamped a hand over his mouth. "If you're done torturing me, can we wrap this up?" I sucked the blood from my finger, grinning. "Done, she'll come now," he groaned, "if I don't lick that leaf clean first." "Don't even think about it," I snapped. He rolled his eyes. "Go. She's fast, you've got maybe 30 seconds before she's on my heels." No time to waste. I yanked off my cuffs and bolted back to camp where Sawyer, Sage, Walsh, and the baby waited. "Move," I shouted, securing the cuffs again. Sawyer grabbed our pack and we took off at a dead sprint, Sage and Walsh flanking us. The hunt was on. Sawyer shot me a sideways glance, his voice teasing in my mind. "So, was he hitting on you?" A flicker of jealousy sparked in my chest, but I fought to keep my expression neutral. "He was nothing but polite," I replied, biting back the urge to add when he wasn't fantasizing about draining me dry. "Yeah, right," Sawyer muttered with a dry laugh, his amusement echoing between us. We picked up our pace, nearly sprinting into the shadowy depths of the dark woods. I needed everyone safely inside the cabin before the Queen and Luca showed up. The second we crossed the tree line, Sage let out a sharp cry. My head whipped toward her just in time to see her stumble back, clutching her foot. A rusted nail jutted from a broken plank beneath her. "Damn it," she hissed, yanking her foot free as blood welled up. Walsh rushed forward, but she shoved him away. "I told you this place is cursed," she snapped. "And I don't need your pity. I've managed just fine without you." The hurt on Walsh's face was unmistakable, but he backed off with a stiff nod. Honestly, these two needed to hash things out already. This tension was exhausting. Sawyer adjusted the sling across his chest, where Creek slept soundly, and pressed a kiss to the baby's forehead before carefully passing him to Sage. "Here," he said, half joking, half serious. "Maybe holding him will keep the bad luck away." It wasn't a bad idea. We'd noticed Creek had a weirdly calming effect on the forest hostility. Sage took him without a word, cradling him close as she hobbled forward. "Let's move," she growled, her irritation sharper than usual. Between her bleeding foot, Walsh's presence, and being back in these nightmare woods, she was clearly on edge. Sawyer and Walsh flanked me as we pushed deeper into the trees. The path was exactly as I remembered, a narrow, uneven trail cutting diagonally through the undergrowth. Maybe the forest had decided I'd earned my place here, or maybe it just hadn't bothered to shift yet. Either way, I wasn't complaining. We were halfway through when a loud crack split the air behind us. Sawyer, bringing up the rear, spun around just as a massive grizzly emerged from the brush, barely 2 feet away. "No!" I lunged forward, yanking off my cuffs before the bear could react. "They're under my protection," I commanded, forcing power into my voice. "Leave them alone." The bear hesitated, then took a slow step back. "Whoa!" Sawyer breathed through our bond. "Go!" I shouted, and with one last wary glance, the bear turned and vanished into the trees. When I turned back, Walsh and Sawyer were staring at me like I'd just sprouted wings. Sage, though, she looked downright entertained. "I've had enough of this place," she muttered, shifting Creek in her arms before limping ahead. The guys snapped out of their daze and followed. Then suddenly the trees parted, revealing the log cabin that had been my refuge for the past year. My throat tightened. This place had kept me alive, kept me sane. It was where I'd raised Creek, where I'd found strength I didn't know I had. "That's it?" Sawyer asked, his voice hushed with something like awe. He knew what this place meant to me. I nodded and his lips quirked. "It's cozy." The absurdity of it made me laugh. Sage and I exchanged a glance before breaking into a run, her limp forgotten as we dashed toward the meadow where the cabin stood. The shriveled remains of the tubers she'd been harvesting still littered the ground, exactly where she'd dropped them. Stepping inside, I took in the familiar sights: the handmade clay pots, the rabbit pelts, Creek's tiny bassinet. It was all so painfully ours. Walsh lingered in the doorway, his expression a mix of disbelief and admiration. "You two really lived out here. Hunting, fishing, raising a baby." He sounded stunned, as if he'd expected solar panels and plumbing instead of survival. Sage gave a quick nod, gesturing toward the small room I'd constructed beside the main space. "That's where Creek was born," she said, her voice steady. Sawyer brushed past us, stepping inside before sinking to his knees and pressing his tattooed hands against the floor. "I should have been there," he muttered, his voice rough with regret. Meanwhile, Sage settled Creek onto my bed and began tidying up, moving pots and organizing supplies as if it were just another ordinary afternoon. Then, without warning, Sawyer surged to his feet and closed the distance between us in 2 strides. His large hands cradled my face, forcing me to meet his intense gaze. "I won't lose you or Creek," he said, his voice low. "But tell me, do you really think you can face the Queen alone?" My stomach twisted. I'd hoped for encouragement, not doubt. "You don't think I'm strong enough?" He shook his head. "It's not about strength, it's about the unknowns. What if she's stronger now? What if she's absorbed more than just your wolf's power? What if she brings an army?" His words sent a chill down my spine. I swallowed hard. "I have abilities and so does she," he cut in. "She's been feeding off you like a parasite. Who knows what she's capable of now?" Damn, he had a point. "Then what's the plan? We can't just run." Sawyer's lips hovered inches from mine. "Do you trust me?" "Always," I answered without hesitation. "Take off your cuffs," he ordered. Confused, I reached up and removed them, acutely aware of Sage and Walsh watching us like we were some kind of spectacle. The moment the cuffs left my wrists, I felt a strange pull, like my energy was being drawn out. Fear shot through me as Sawyer's eyes flickered yellow, and he leaned in, inhaling deeply. Then it happened. Blue mist, just like the first time we kissed, streamed from my lips as Sawyer absorbed my power. It was like being caught in a whirlwind, powerless to resist. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. He was siphoning my energy to strengthen himself for the fight ahead. Together, we'd stand a real chance. I surrendered to the pull, watching as the blue glow illuminated his face, his veins pulsing with borrowed strength. "That's enough," Sage shouted. "You're draining her." Sawyer jerked back, gasping as he stared at his hands like they belonged to someone else. "Holy hell, I can feel it," he breathed. Sage shoved my cuffs toward me, but I shook my head. "Number, let her come to me." I was done running. This ended tonight. No more hiding, no more fear. With one last lingering kiss, Sawyer and I left Creek in Sage and Walsh's care and moved to the edge of the meadow where the trees began. He laced his fingers through mine and squeezed. "You know what I miss?" he said suddenly, his tone lighter. "Your ridiculous custom t-shirts. We've got to win so life can go back to normal." He shot me a sideways glance, his eyes full of warmth. I smirked. "First off, my shirts are iconic. Second, wanna know what I don't miss? Your bare skin. Those tattoos are distracting." I flashed him a teasing wink. He grinned, about to reply when the trees shuddered. Luca appeared, barely winded, his gaze dropping to our joined hands. "She's coming," he warned. "And she's pissed." He inhaled sharply, then smirked. Damn, you two smell incredible. My eyebrows shot up. Sawyer stiffened, but Luca quickly clarified, your power, I mean, it's strong. I can sense it from here. Sawyer relaxed. I borrowed some. We're ending this together. Luca nodded. Good. The morning air was thick with tension as the queen stepped forward, her dark hair tousled by the wind, her sharp features almost translucent in the pale light. Behind her, 5 vampire minions spread out like shadows, their presence amplifying the danger. Touching her would only give the council another excuse to accuse me, I muttered under my breath, my fists clenching. Luca smirked, sizing up the lackeys. But these guys, they're fair game. The queen's gaze locked onto me, her grin turning predatory. Your wolf has been useful, she taunted, running her tongue over her fangs. Rage surged through me, and I barely registered Sawyer lunging before he was already halfway to her. The forest itself seemed to rebel. A massive tree crashed down where she'd stood seconds before, shaking the ground. Sawyer collided with her, his fingers closing around her throat, but she threw him off like he weighed nothing. He skidded across the dirt, slamming into Luca, who was already grappling with 2 of her minions. Chaos erupted. No guns, no knives, just fists, stakes, and raw power. I charged the queen, slamming my palm into her chin with a sickening crack. For a split second, I thought I had the upper hand until her magic hit me like a freight train, sending me flying. Pain exploded through my back as I hit the ground, the stakes hidden in my belt digging into my spine. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself up just in time to see Sawyer tackle her again. Then the forest moved. A tree swung like a battering ram, smashing into Sawyer's back. One moment he was fighting, the next he crumpled over her, motionless. My breath caught. It was Sage all over again. Panic clawed at me, but I shoved it down. I had to focus. Reaching out with my mind, I gripped the tree, lifting it off him inch by inch. The sheer effort made my muscles tremble, but I couldn't stop, not when 2 vampires were closing in. With a sharp exhale, I hurled the tree at them, sending them sprawling. Luca was still holding his own, but the odds were against us. This was it, time to stop holding back. Every ounce of power, every trick I had, I'd use it. No more hesitation. The queen wanted a fight. She was about to get one. Sawyer lay motionless in the dirt, but I couldn't focus on him, not with the queen's manic gaze locked onto me. Before I could react, she used her telekinetic grip to snatch the fallen metal stake from Sawyer's belt and hurl it straight into my thigh. The impact sent white-hot agony tearing through my leg, the stake buried deep enough that I swore it scraped bone. A scream tore from my throat as my vision blurred, the forest spinning around me. Then, like a damn action hero, Luca swept in, catching me before I hit the ground. His grip was firm, one arm under my knees, the other bracing my back as he sprinted through the trees. Save the fainting for later, he muttered, his voice tight. Psycho Queen still got a death wish, and Sawyer's playing dead out there. The scent of my blood made his jaw clench, but he set me down, steadying me with a look. You've got this. I swallowed hard, leaving the stake lodged in my leg, better a makeshift plug than bleeding out. The queen wasn't done yet. A rustle in the trees gave her away, and I barely dodged her lunge. Snatching her wrist, I twisted hard until bone cracked. Her shriek was music to my ears. You'll pay for that, she spat, cradling her limp arm. Then she pulled out her trump card, a glinting metal collar, probably rigged to fry me on contact. Hell no. My magic surged, invisible tendrils lashing out, wrapping around her like a vice. She fought back, blasting me with a shockwave that knocked the air from my lungs, but I held on, dragging her closer. The stake trembled in my grip as I grinned. Time's up. She screamed, throwing another burst of energy. This one sent me crashing down, her weight slamming onto my good leg. We rolled, a tangle of limbs and fury. I grabbed a fistful of her hair, yanking hard enough to tear a chunk free as she wrenched away. Then her fangs sank into my other thigh, the sharp sting weirdly euphoric. Oh, hell no. Not today. My fist connected with the side of her head, forcing her jagged teeth away from my neck before she could take a single drop. She tumbled sideways but recovered fast, lunging at me on all fours like some rabid animal. My injured leg screamed in protest as I struggled to stand, but she was already on me again, pinning me down with that manic, blood-stained grin. My lead researcher believes if I drain you completely, your abilities will become mine permanently, she hissed, breath hot against my face. Frankly, you're more trouble than you're worth alive. My boot met her ribs with a satisfying crunch. How about we test that theory another day? The kick sent her flying backward, her furious shriek echoing through the pines as she crashed into the underbrush. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself upright, every movement sending fresh waves of pain through my battered body. This fight wasn't going as smoothly as I'd hoped, but retreat wasn't an option, not when she'd just come back stronger. I pushed forward, half stumbling through the trees, willing my vampire reflexes to kick in despite the agony. A fallen log nearly tripped me, and I barely caught myself before face-planting into the dirt. Where the hell was she? I hadn't kicked her that far. Was she regrouping, calling reinforcements? Sage and Walsh had creek covered, but my gut told me she was still here, lurking, waiting to strike. Quit hiding, you pathetic coward. I roared, fury boiling over as every wound she'd given me throbbed in unison. A rustle in the branches made me whirl. There she was, pressed against a tree like some cheap horror movie villain. But she wasn't the only predator in these woods. Behind her, silent as death, stood the massive grizzly that had been haunting my steps for days. His nostrils flared, catching her scent just as she finally sensed him. Her eyes went wide as he reared up, towering over her with a bone-shaking roar. Panicked, she bolted straight toward me. Not this time. Summoning the last of my strength, I lunged, gripping her shoulders and using my momentum to hurl her backward. The bear didn't hesitate. His massive paws clamped around her, crushing her against his chest like she was nothing more than a rag doll. The sickening sound of tearing flesh filled the air as his jaws clamped down, her screams turning to wet, gurgling pleas. I barely had time to process the carnage before pulling my stake free. She writhed beneath the bear's weight, too broken to fight back. "This is for everyone you destroyed," I spat, driving the stake deep. Her body convulsed once before black veins spiderwebbed across her skin, crumbling into ash before my eyes. The bear huffed, gave me one last look, then vanished into the trees, his job done. I stared at the dark pile at my feet, numbness creeping in. It was over. She was gone. Slowly, I reached down, letting the ashes sift through my fingers, half expecting her to reform like some nightmare. But the wind carried her away for good, the vampire queen, the architect of my suffering, the tormentor of Seem's child, the thief who took my wolf, the would-be murderer of my husband, the instigator of this bloody war, was finally gone. A wave of emotion crashed over me as the weight in my chest dissolved, leaving behind a hollow ache. For the first time in what felt like forever, I could inhale without the crushing pressure of vengeance. "Over here." Sawyer's voice cut through the haze, and I turned to see him gripping two wooden stakes, his shoulders streaked with blood and fresh bruises darkening his neck. I gestured weakly to the smoldering ashes at my feet, tears slipping free before I could swipe them away with a shaky hand. "Done," I murmured, my voice flat. But the victory felt incomplete, the emptiness lingering until it hit me my wolf was still missing. Where was she? Luca sauntered up, clapping Sawyer on the back with a smirk. "While you were busy playing dead, your girl here took down the baddest vamp queen in history. Bet that stings." Sawyer shot him a rude gesture, and I rolled my eyes before glancing down at the stake embedded in my thigh. The pain flared, sharp and insistent. "Hurts like hell, doesn't it?" Luca remarked, then tugged up his shirt, revealing a battlefield of scars across his torso. My breath caught. "You've survived that many stakes." He flashed a grin, all charm and danger. If Sage and Walsh kept dancing around their feelings, maybe I'd nudge Raven his way instead. Sawyer tossed his weapons aside and pulled me into his arms, his grip tight as if he could shield me from everything. "Let's get you to medical," he muttered into my hair. I leaned back just enough to meet his gaze, fingers brushing his beard. "Sawyer, my wolf. She's gone. I need her back." His jaw tightened, but he nodded. "I'll fix this." The journey back to the cabin was a Blur Creek safe with his aunt, Walsh eyeing Sage like she held the stars, Luca dodging falling timber like it was nothing. Sawyer carried me the whole way, and I watched our refuge shrink behind us until it vanished into the trees. Funny how a place soaked in bloodshed could still feel like home. Back in Paladin Village, Luca vanished to Spokane, dodging the vampire mourning period. With their queen dead, the war collapsed like a house of cards. The trolls' magic had driven the enemy forces back to the eastern wall, and the vampires, sensing their ruler's demise, retreated to their city in surrender. Dr. Pearson pumped me full of painkillers while my leg stitched itself together. Astra dozed nearby, and between drugged hazes, Sawyer updated me our people were emerging, plans forming. Wolf City would rise again, a haven for trolls, witches, and wolves alike. As sleep dragged me under, Sawyer's voice faded into the background. Then just before darkness took me, I felt it the faintest flicker of her. My wolf, she was still breathing hurt but alive, and someone had just taken off that cursed magical collar. "Where are you?" I shouted, fighting against the drugs clouding my mind, desperate to see through her eyes. No luck. The sedatives were too strong. "With the Magical Creature Council," she warned. "They're coming for you and Sawyer. You have to get out of here." Damn. That was the last coherent thought I had before the darkness swallowed me whole. Morning light crept in as I blinked awake, the fog of medication slowly lifting. Sawyer's blue eyes were the first thing I saw, warm and steady. "Hey there, love," he murmured, leaning in to brush his fingers through my hair. His voice was rough, like he'd just woken up too. "Creak," I croaked, squinting against the brightness. "Safe," he assured me. "Your mom and mine are spoiling him rotten." Then I noticed the empty space beside me. "Astra," I bolted upright, nearly headbutting Sawyer in the process, pain flaring through my leg. He caught me, hands steadying my shoulders. "Easy, she's fine, just out walking with Willow to stretch her legs." I exhaled, trying to shake off the unease. The queen was gone, our home was ours again, everything should have been perfect. Then my wolf's voice tore through my skull like a siren. "Run." The memory of her warning slammed back into me. "Sawyer, we have to move, the council has her. They're coming to lock us up." His face went pale. What? Chaos erupted outside, shouts, scuffles, and then that gut-wrenching howl. My wolf. We burst through the door just in time to see her, leashed like some common pet, the chain held by a towering dark fae in a sweeping black coat. 6 figures stood in a line, one from each major race. A troll woman, a light fae man, a witch draped in velvet, another dark fae, a burly werewolf I didn't know, and a vampire who loomed like a nightmare. No paladins, no Ithaki, no surprise there. "Let her go," my voice was ice. The witch, young, with ink-black hair and blood-red lips, flicked her wrist. A silver collar snapped around my throat before I could blink, another clamping onto Sawyer. The shock of magic forced us to our knees. I clawed at the metal, only to get zapped so hard my vision whited out. Our pack surged forward, teeth bared, bones cracking as they shifted, but the witch raised a hand. A translucent barrier shot up, sealing us inside with the council. Our people crashed against it, recoiling from the electric backlash. "Stop," I begged, heart hammering. The witch smirked. Only a high priestess could wield power like this, and at her age, she had to be a once-in-a-century freak of nature. "Sawyer Hudson and Demi Calloway Hudson," she announced. "You're under arrest for breaking out of Magic City Prison and your part in the uprising." Sawyer's jaw clenched. I didn't need to see his face to know what he was thinking. We're screwed. The moment the words left the councilwoman's lips, my stomach twisted. "You have the right to legal counsel and a full trial," she declared, her voice echoing in the chamber. "Or you can choose an immediate judgment right here, right now." My eyes flicked to Sawyer, realization dawning. This was the moment Star had warned me about. Sawyer's ability, her unnerving gift to uncover the truth, was about to be unleashed. "She'll expose everything," Sawyer had said, her voice tight with warning. Every memory, every moment laid bare for all to see. My throat tightened, but I forced the words out. "I'll agree to an instant trial for the jailbreak on one condition. Reopen Sawyer's case, take my testimony, investigate everything." The thought of reliving that night, of having my most painful memories dragged into the light, made my hands shake. But if it meant saving Sawyer, I'd endure it. The witch's eyes narrowed. "You understand what you're consenting to. You'll let me see that you orchestrated an escape." I swallowed hard. "Yes, and you'll also see that Vic and Drake assaulted me when I was 15. The chamber erupted. Council members gasped, but the vampire's sneer cut through the noise. "Pathetic lies to save her lover," he spat. "Crying rape, how predictable." The witch's jaw clenched, her fingers twitching at her sides. She clearly despised him. "Is it a lie if she's willing to prove it?" she snapped, her glare icy. Vampire merely smirked, as if tasting something bitter. "Fine," the witch relented. "His case is reopened." She stepped forward, hand outstretched, and panic seized me. Fragmented flashes of that night haunted me. I didn't want the full horror. Sensing my fear, my wolf strained against her collar, the chain snapping taut. "I remember," she whispered in my mind. "Let me bear it." A wave of clarity hit me. She had been the one to shield me, to lock those memories away. "Are you sure?" I asked. She nodded. "Let my wolf join me," I told the council, my voice steadier than I felt. "She holds the memories of that night, the night my soul shattered." My gaze locked onto the vampire, defiance burning in my chest. For the first time, something like sympathy flickered across the faces of the witch, the troll, and the light fae. "Very well," the witch conceded. "But if you try anything, he dies." She gestured to Sawyer, and the dark fae moved like shadows behind him. Sawyer growled but held his ground. The young witch undid the collar, and the second it hit the ground, I collapsed to my knees. My wolf surged toward me, spectral and glowing, crashing into my chest. The moment she merged with me, I sobbed whole, unbroken, myself again for the first time in what felt like forever. "Never again," I whispered to her, clutching my chest. "I'm so sorry." "We're stronger together," she murmured back. When I looked up, the council's stunned expressions told me they hadn't truly believed she was real. Maybe they'd thought she was just a myth, a trick. The witch recovered first, extending her hand once more. "Callie Heartstone, do you grant me permission to enter your mind and witness the truth?" The idea made my skin crawl. Every instinct screamed to refuse, but the truth was the only way out. "I do," I said, then turned to Sawyer. "Promise me you won't look." His face crumpled, pain flashing in his eyes like I'd struck him. "Promise me." I pressed through our bond, relieved the collar hadn't severed our connection. I couldn't survive knowing he'd seen that night play out in full. Some wounds were too deep, too private even for love, and if he refused, I'd walk away. That was a line I wouldn't cross. His throat tightened as his eyes flickered gold. "You have my word," he whispered, the words cracking under the weight of emotion. The vampire council member rolled his eyes, gesturing dismissively at Sawyer and me. "Enough with the theatrics, let's wrap this up and toss them in a cell." The witch beside him exhaled sharply, her irritation palpable, but when her gaze landed on me, it softened. "Show me your recollection of that night with Prince Vic and Drake." Alleged. The word stung, as if my truth wasn't enough. I reached for her hand, my fingers trembling, then turned to Sawyer. Suddenly, the curved wall of the chamber illuminated like a cinema screen, projecting my memory in vivid detail, 15-year-old me and Raven stepping out of a car, laughter bubbling between us as we approached Vicken's house, the thump of music pulsing from inside. The witch's power was staggering. She'd plucked the memory straight from my mind and brought it to life with sound, color, and movement. Vicken swung the door open, beer in hand, flashing that charming, predatory grin. "Well, look who decided to grace us tonight." This was my past, but I could feel my wolf stirring, ready to claw its way to the surface. I tore my gaze from the projection and locked eyes with Sawyer, his deep blue stare steady, refusing to glance at the horror unfolding beside us. "I love you," I mouthed, drowning out Vicken's slimy compliments in the background. Sawyer cupped my face, blocking my view of the screen with his hands. "I love you more. Every part of you. Even this." My breath hitched at his words just as my younger self scream ripped through the chamber. No. I'd said it 4 times. 4. And still Vicken didn't stop, his friends cheering him on like it was some sick game. Growls, laughter, the sickening thud of fists. I shut it all out, clinging to Sawyer's voice instead. "Gazing into her eyes is like staring into the ocean. You realize too late there's no bottom," he murmured, his thumb tracing my cheekbone. I managed a shaky smile, even as the witch gasped, even as the paladins behind the barrier shifted uncomfortably. None of them mattered, only him. Only the man who had believed me without question, who had demanded justice when no one else would. "Did you write that?" I whispered. Poetry was his love language, one of the ways he'd won me over during our time in Sterling Hill. His lips quirked. "Every word." A howl my younger wolf's anguish echoed through the chamber, and the witch clapped sharply. "That's enough." Her voice wavered. I sucked in a breath, steadying myself against Sawyer's presence before finally turning to face the council. Every head was bowed except hers. The witch met my gaze unflinching. She was telling the truth. Pride laced her words, and my chest ached. The vampire muttered, "Doesn't erase the fact she busted out 5 convicts," but the witch cut him off with a glare. "It changes everything." Vicken Drake violated Section 5A of the Magical Creature Code when he took her against her while tainting the future Alpha's mate. Sawyer Hudson had every right to seek retribution, which means he was wrongfully imprisoned. And Demi, she was justified in freeing him when the system failed them. Damn. I hated the archaic phrasing tainted purity, but she wielded that legal jargon like a blade. This woman belonged in a courtroom. "I move to dismiss all charges and let them walk free," she declared. Before she could call for a vote, the Dark Fae interjected, smirking. "Fine, she can have her mate. But what about the other 4 fugitives? They don't get a free pass." My pulse spiked as I glanced beyond the barrier where Walsh and Sage stood, watching us with bated breath. "Get Walsh out of here," I said to Sage, keeping my voice steady. The Dark Fae wasn't wrong, and honestly, I had no clue how this would play out. Sage gave a slow nod before gripping Walsh's arm and dragging him into the sea of onlookers. The Dark Fae's eyes flicked after them, but they'd already vanished. I shot him a sharp look, ready to argue my case, but the witch cut in first. "The security footage proves that they climbed onto that dragon willingly. No coercion. Until they're caught, they remain fugitives and they will face justice. But Demi and Sawyer Hudson, innocent. All in favor, say I." Sawyer's fingers laced with mine, his grip tight. "If this goes south, I'll distract them. You run. Head to dark woods, take creek, and don't look back." I shook my head. "Not happening," he groaned. "For once, just listen to me." I smirked. "Nope." "Fine," I lied just as the Dark Fae muttered, but only if we track down the others." The witch sighed, rolling her eyes. She turned to the troll councilwoman, who gave a curt nod. The light Fae hesitated, then glanced at the vampire. "Nay," he hissed, glaring daggers at us. The witch dismissed him with a wave. "Majority rules. They're cleared of all charges." The crowd outside the barrier erupted in cheers, and Sawyer's tension melted beside me. With a snap of the witch's fingers, the collars around our necks clattered to the ground, just like that we were free. The protective bubble dissolved, and the witch stepped forward, offering a stiff bow. "Apologies for the inconvenience." I nearly laughed. Inconvenience, try nightmare. If I'd testified sooner, if I hadn't been stuck in dark woods, maybe none of this would have happened. I gave a tight nod as she retreated, the council trailing behind her through the hostile pack. Then Sawyer turned to me, cupping my face and kissing me hard. "Marry me," he murmured against my lips. I laughed. "We already did, genius." He pulled back, eyes blazing. A real wedding, creek there, the whole world watching. I wanted massive red carpets, cameras, the works. I grinned. Our last venue got blown to bits and half of Wolf City's in rubble. Fancy might be off the table. His gaze swept over Paladin Village, the cornfields, the willow tree swaying in the meadow. Then we'll do it here. My chest tightened, emotion swelling as a tear slipped free. This man, my partner, my future, was everything. Together we'd unite our packs, build something unbreakable. No one would ever threaten us again. Epilogue, move that to the middle. Willow barked at a pack member adjusting a centerpiece. The meadow beyond the cornfield was packed with tables, the air buzzing with celebration. Sawyer and I had just tied the knot in Paladin's tiny church, the ceremony spilling into the streets. I'd walked down the aisle with Creek in my arms before passing him to my mom. Perfect. 2 weeks since the war ended. Walsh had fled to Spokane, laying low with Luca, but they'd risked everything to be here today. Now Sawyer leaned against the makeshift outdoor bar, doling out shots to Walsh, Luca, Bennett, and Talon. The sun dipped low, Christmas lights flickering to life as the guys downed their drinks, laughter growing louder. I smiled, pretty sure I was the only sober one left. Sage nudged me with her elbow, her fiery red curls bouncing as she leaned in. "You want to know the highlight of this whole spectacular wedding?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with mischief. I turned to see where she was pointing, and my lips curled into a wicked smile. There sat Meredith, trapped between 2 towering wolf guards, her silver cuffs catching the moonlight as she glared at the cornfields like they'd personally offended her. I'd even extended an invite to her mother. Too bad Sawyer had already tracked her down, alive and cozy with a vampire coven, before tossing her into a cell. "Front row at the ceremony. Seriously," Sage snorted. "I was half expecting her to lunge at you mid-vows." I just shrugged. "Too much," Sage cackled. "Not even close. Honestly." After everything Meredith and her mom pulled, she was lucky she got a seat at all. My attention drifted to Marmel, who was shamelessly flirting with Talon near the dessert table. Seeing her so at home here warmed my chest. She'd taken to running the stables like a natural, and we were even constructing a massive barn just for Pearl. How many people could boast about having a dragon in their pack? Not many. But Pearl and Marmel were inseparable, a duo I wouldn't dare split. Then I spotted Astra, fully recovered and swaying to the music with a young paladin named Steele. His hand slid a little too low on her waist, and my protective instincts flared. "Relax, party police," Sage teased, rolling her eyes. "She's fine," I scoffed. "I wasn't. Oh please, Astra's your favorite and we all know it." I grinned. "Guilty." Sage gasped dramatically and smacked my arm. "Excuse me, I'm supposed to be your number one." I was mid-laugh when her expression shifted, eyes widening at something behind me. Assuming it was another well-wisher, I turned and froze. Striding toward me was Seam, the troll fae from Magic City Prison, dressed in a dusty, patched-up tuxedo and a crooked top hat. He looked ridiculous and oddly endearing. "Seam," I blurted. I hadn't invited him, but I wasn't upset, just stunned. Sawyer tensed at the bar, but I waved him off. "Who the hell is that?" he growled. "The guy who helped me break you out," I muttered, watching Sawyer's glare soften into awe. Seam tipped his hat, his pointed ears poking out. "Didn't mean to crash the party," he said, "but I got your package." His grin was infectious. "Heard about the wedding in town and figured I'd bring a gift." He extended his fist and my pulse spiked. A present from Seam. When I opened my palm, my engagement ring tumbled into it. "Couldn't sell it," he said softly. "Varilla wouldn't have wanted that." "You keep it, be happy." My throat clenched. "I'll pay you for it." He shook his head. "You already gave me something better." He tapped his chest. "Peace, knowing that monster's gone for good." With another tip of his hat, he turned. "Roses won't tend themselves," he called over his shoulder before vanishing into the trees. I stared after him, blinking hard. Sage sniffled beside me, hastily wiping her cheeks. "Okay, we severely misjudged that guy," she admitted. I nodded, swiping at my own damp eyes. Damn, I muttered, exhaling sharply as I watched him vanish into the trees. Slipping the ring back onto my finger, I turned to Sawyer, who was studying me with narrowed eyes. "Did he seriously just return the ring?" he asked, sounding baffled. I nodded, still reeling from the emotional whiplash, then flashed him a grin from across the garden. Who knew my little troublemaker could clean up so well in a tux? Nearby, Luca downed his 10th shot and slammed the glass onto the bar with a loud clink before grabbing Sawyer's wrist and hoisting it triumphantly in the air. "One ride or die for life," he bellowed, making Sage and me exchange exasperated glances before bursting into laughter. Sawyer retaliated with a punch so hard it sent Luca sprawling into the counter. Prison had turned these guys into reckless, unpredictable forces of nature, and honestly, I was here for it. Say rolled her eyes. "That one's a loose cannon," she muttered, but I could tell she was amused. Sawyer was clearly soaking up every second of this chaotic reunion after months of hiding out in Spokane. Their bond was unshakable. "And so is that one," I added, nodding toward Walsh, who was frozen mid-shot, his golden eyes locked on Sage like she was the only person in the room. "So have you two talked?" I nudged her. She sighed. "Yeah, he finally said he's ready to date." "That's amazing," I said, then frowned. "But why do you sound like you just got jury duty, and why is he staring at us like we're trespassing?" Sage bit her lip, hesitating. "He's a fugitive bouncing around with Luca and hiding among humans. I'm your second in command. I can't just drop everything to chase after him." I gaped at her. "Hold up. He asked you to go with him, and you said no because of responsibility. Sage, that's the same crap he pulled when he wouldn't commit because of his loyalty to Sawyer." She smirked, eyes flashing gold. "Guess payback's a real pain, huh?" I groaned. "You're better than this, and you love him. Don't even try to deny it. I can literally smell it on you," she burst out laughing. "You can't smell love." "Sure I can," I teased. "It's sunshine, roses, and—" I glanced at the chocolate fountain where guests were dipping strawberries. "Definitely chocolate." She rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her grin. "I don't smell like dessert." "But you do love him, right?" I already knew the answer. After all those raw, late-night talks in the dark woods, it was obvious Walsh was it for her. Sage glanced at him again. He hadn't moved, still watching her with that unnerving intensity. "Of course I do," she muttered like the admission physically pained her. "It's Walsh." I took a deep breath, then shouted over the crowd, "Rab!" He snapped to attention, balancing little Daisy on his hip as he made his way over. Gripping Sage's shoulders, I announced, "Effective immediately, you're relieved as my second in command." Her jaw dropped, hurt flashing between us through the pack bond. Before she could protest, I turned to Rab. "You're up, congrats." He blinked, glancing between us before breaking into a grin. "Position accepted, thanks, Alpha." "You can't do this," Sage hissed, shoving my hands away. "Actually, I can," I said, smirking. "I'm your alpha, remember, and I feel you pining. It's pathetic." She crossed her arms. "It'll fade once he's gone." I snorted. "Sure, and what if he shows up next time with some new girl?" Her eyes burned gold, fangs peeking out. "I'd rip her throat out." Laughing, I nudged her. "Sage, my sister, my ride or die, go say yes." She hesitated, arms falling to her sides as she chewed her lip. Finally, she looked back at Walsh, still staring, still waiting. "He's a wanted felon," she grumbled. I nodded. "And you're crazy about him." Sawyer and I were determined to clear his name, and digging up dirt on the Vampire King seemed like the perfect way to do it. Sage glanced at me with a dreamy expression, admitting she'd always wanted to experience life in the human world. "You should go for it," I encouraged. "Head to Liberty Lake. There's this incredible boba spot called Baka Pop. Try their oolong milk tea with cheese foam. Trust me, it's life-changing." She wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Cheese foam? That sounds like a culinary crime." I couldn't help but laugh. "Just try it. Live a little, Sage." With an exaggerated sigh, she turned to Walsh, who had been staring at her like a lovesick golden retriever. She crooked a finger, summoning him, and he abandoned his drink in an instant, his eyes burning like embers. The way he moved, confident, deliberate, was impossible to ignore. Dressed in a sleek charcoal tux, he looked like he'd stepped out of a magazine. Sage, in her emerald green dress that hugged every curve, looked just as breathtaking, her curls spilling over one shoulder. It was the kind of moment that deserved a photograph, but all I could do was watch as Walsh swept her into his arms, dipping her low before kissing her like they were the only two people in the world. Raven sidled up beside me, letting out an impressed whistle. Damn, I need someone to kiss me like that. I smirked, glancing at Luca, who was swaying slightly. Vampires didn't get drunk easily, but werewolves. Different story. I can introduce you, I offered, but no guarantees it'll last past sunrise. Raven's eyes gleamed. One night's plenty. Linking arms, we stifled giggles as we passed Sage and Walsh, who were now thoroughly lost in each other. Sawyer caught my eye, his gaze smoldering as I approached. My dress, a glittering masterpiece, Sage had convinced me to buy, sparkled under the fading sunlight, every bead catching the light. Luca, I said, steering Raven forward, meet one of my closest friends. Raven twirled, her black velvet dress shimmering as it hugged her frame. Luca's nostrils flared, no doubt picking up her witchy scent, before he flashed her a heart-stopping grin. I've always had a weakness for witches. Care to dance? He set down his whiskey and extended a hand. Raven took it without hesitation, and they vanished into the crowd. Sawyer pulled me close, his fingers tracing the delicate pearl cuffs at my wrists, my new wedding set, a reminder of battles won and futures yet to come. What's on your mind? I asked as his hand settled on my waist. His grin turned wicked. Just wondering where the zipper on this dress is. I burst out laughing as he spun me, the world blurring around us. Later, as the music swelled, Sawyer cupped my face, his voice soft but teasing. Wife, I arched a brow. Yes, husband. Let's have 5 more babies. I snorted, shaking my head clearly. The whiskey was talking. 2 more was my limit, but I couldn't deny the warmth spreading through me. Our pack was thriving, a mix of city wolves and paladins, and for the first time in forever, life felt easy. And as Sawyer kissed me under the stars, I knew I wouldn't trade it for anything. We still had plenty to figure out, especially where we'd settle down, but that discussion could wait. Ready for your wedding present? Sawyer flashed that mischievous grin of his. You got me something, I groaned, suddenly guilt-ridden. Damn, I totally blanked on getting you anything. Classic me, always forgetting the important gestures. With an easy laugh, Sawyer brushed it off and scooped Creek from my mom's arms before nodding toward a lantern-lined trail disappearing into the woods. Sawyer, our guests are waiting, I hissed, but he just rounded a bend, revealing a parking lot. My jaw dropped at the sight. Fresh gravel, rows of gleaming electric scooters identical to Wolf City's fleet. Rab and Arrow approved everything, he explained, gesturing to the solar-powered vehicles. Replanted trees, 0 environmental impact. Then I spotted it, a bubblegum pink scooter with a sidecar outfitted with a tiny car seat. Is that? My voice cracked. Sawyer beamed. 30 miles per hour max, 9 minutes flat to Wolf City's border. He indicated the new paved path weaving through the trees, a direct link between our territories. My vision blurred as he kissed Creek's forehead. 2 homes, half our time in each. Before I could process the lump in my throat, he plopped a pink helmet on my head. Our cake cutting's in 20, he said, buckling Creek in. Trust me, nobody'll miss us. With that, he mounted his matte black scooter like some rebel groom. Helmet hair better not ruin my photos, I called after him as we zipped down the smooth path, Creek snoozing peacefully amidst towering pines. Then plot twist, instead of heading toward Wolf City's glittering skyline, Sawyer veered left toward Sterling Hill's ruins. Just as I was about to protest this detour into post-war wreckage, Construction floodlights illuminated a swarm of cranes hoisting glass panels over a half-built school. My grip tightened on the handles. He'd already begun. We bumped over fractured pavement until Sawyer halted before a completed two-story red brick building, its flower beds mirroring Paladin Village's charm amidst the steel-end glass skeletons of future structures. When he yanked the canvas off a sign, the engraved letters stole my breath. Paladin Cultural Studies Building. Rab and Arrow could teach here, he said casually, as if he hadn't just rebuilt a bridge between our worlds. A hiccuping sob escaped me. This reckless, brilliant man had grafted my roots into his city's future. Sawyer grinned as he gestured around the campus grounds. Every paladin who wants an education here is welcome, but what really matters is teaching our city wolves to understand their nature-loving cousins. I couldn't help but laugh through the happy tears blurring my vision as I flung myself into his arms. It's absolutely perfect. He had no clue that he'd become the missing piece I never realized my shattered soul needed. My wolf practically vibrated with contentment, and I silenced any further words by claiming his lips in a searing kiss. When we finally broke apart, his smoldering gaze made my pulse skip. "You realize there's no escaping me now, right?" I teased, flashing the ring on my finger. Sawyer's eyes crinkled with that heart-stopping smile. Best damn luck of my life. The road ahead wouldn't be smooth, juggling dual alpha roles across two territories, my rare blood still painting a target on my back, but none of that dimmed the fierce joy burning between us. We'd carve out a future brighter than either of us dared dream, raising our sons surrounded by love and unshakable loyalty. Meanwhile, in the shadowed streets of Spokane, a different kind of hunter moved like a ghost. Aspen adjusted the weight of the burlap sack slung over her shoulder, her knuckles whitening around the coarse fabric. The alley between 3rd and Grant reeked of damp concrete and stale beer as she approached the rusted metal door. 3 rapid knocks, a pause, then 2 more. The coded rhythm echoed in the empty passage. A narrow slit slid open, revealing nothing but darkness. Password. Finn's graveled Irish brogue was unmistakable even through the thick door. "Demonium interfectorum," she murmured. The hidden keypad lit up under her blood-crusted fingertip, the lock releasing with a soft click. Inside, Phineas Blight lounged behind his battered desk, crossbow strapped to his back like a second spine. The House of Rose crest gleamed above him, its gilded edges catching the sconce light. "Well," he drawled, boots propped on the mahogany. "Mark bite the dust." Aspen hefted the sack, crimson droplets speckling the floor. Finn's grin widened. 60 now, eh? Give or take," she lied. 73, a record for any junior hunter, but humility was a work in progress. "Mazz'll want the details." Finn jerked his chin toward the inner sanctum, where marble doors yawned open to reveal a butler waiting with a too-pleasant smile. "Hungry, Aspen?" Kinsley asked, as if she hadn't just dragged in a bag of Fang trophies. "Some nights the hunt was the easy part. You must be starving after that hunt." Kins and his team never served anything less than amazing. Turning down his food was unthinkable. "Absolutely, but keep it simple," I replied, eager to wash off the grime of tonight's brutal takedown. The fight had left me drained, every muscle aching. He vanished into the kitchen while I made my way down the brightly lit corridors, passing the library where a few fellow hunters nodded in acknowledgement. I lifted the bag slightly, letting them catch a glimpse of my latest victory before continuing toward the dormitory. From the outside, the building looked like an ordinary factory, but inside, a sprawling 10-story fortress packed with 50 apartments, a massive dining hall, training gyms, and even a youth dorm. The Vampire Hunter Society was Spokane's best-kept secret, silently handling the undead problem across the inland northwest eastern Washington, northern Idaho, and even parts of Montana fell under my jurisdiction. Humans slept soundly, unaware of the monsters lurking in the shadows. When I reached Maz's office, I paused at the ornate wooden doors, adjusting my candy-red hair before knocking. "Enter." Her voice was almost musical. Inside, she glanced up from her desk, eyes lighting up. "Aspen, please tell me you got him." I lifted the sack, and she punched the air in triumph, her priestess robe sliding back to reveal arms that could bench press a vampire. At 65, Maz was a force hunter, spiritual leader and head of our Spokane chapter. She grabbed her iPad, pulling up the photo app. "Let's confirm his identity." I peeled back the bag, revealing the severed head of the parasite I'd ripped off an innocent woman. "He was seconds from draining her," I muttered. Maz's expression darkened. "This scum had more complaints than the rest combined. Excellent work, child, bless you." She snapped a photo, then gestured to the incinerator in the corner. As she typed, I tossed the head inside, sealing the hatch as flames roared to life. Early on, watching them burn used to unsettle me. They looked so human. But then I'd seen them hunt, seen them kill. No remorse, no humanity left, just monsters. "That's 73 for you," Maz mused. "At this rate, I'll have to promote you to senior hunter soon." My breath hitched. Senior hunter at 19. Liv would lose it when I told her. "I'd be honored," I managed. Maz tapped her screen. "Bounties wired." Only a sliver of humanity knew vampires existed, and those who did paid handsomely for vengeance. Our mission was protection, but the bounties kept the society running 1,000 years strong. My phone buzzed. 5 grand, not bad. As I turned to leave, exhausted and starving, her iPad chimed. "Aspen, how tired are you?" I spun with a smirk. There was always another mark. Some took weeks to track, others were sloppy, fresh escapees from Magic City trying to blend in. But the moment they crossed the line, we erased them. No mercy for elite hunters like me, Liv, and Vasquez. The high-stakes jobs were our bread and butter, tracking down monsters who'd committed unspeakable crimes and delivering the justice those grieving families deserved. And if fate smiled on me, I'd be the one to give them closure. Maz tapped her pen against the desk, hesitating before sliding a new file my way. "Got another target," she said. "Sent rookies to tail him, but intel just came in he's holed up at Bang, probably scouting his next victim. Word is he fled Vampire City after stirring up trouble. I want him gone before he settles in or claims another life." Bang wasn't just any nightclub, it was a death trap disguised as a hotspot, crawling with predators and oblivious prey. The VIP section, a glorified feeding ground. I hesitated, exhaustion weighing on me, and Maz misread my silence. "No problem, Vasquez can handle it," that smug jerk. "I'm in," I cut in, shaking off the fatigue. "What's the payout?" A double espresso would fix the tired, but my time didn't come cheap. 5 grand minimum. Maz's expression darkened. "This one's different, escaped Magic City prison." My mouth went dry. Magic City, that meant serious business. The hidden supernatural enclave in Idaho was split into 6 zones, each crawling with creatures, vamps, werewolves, witches, you name it. Their prison was supposed to be unbreakable. If this guy slipped out and made it to Spokane, he wasn't walking free another night. "Bounty's 50 grand, Maz added. 50 grand. I let out a low whistle. Sure, I loved the hunt, but I had an exit strategy: 1,000 kills, 10 million in the bank, then a private island with Liv and whoever we'd roped into our chaos by then. "Send me the details. I'll take care of it." But Maz's gaze held something unreadable. As a priestess of our order, she was harder to decipher than ancient scripture. "Aspen, there's more. The Marquis of Drake, Luca Drake." The name hit me like a punch. "Royalty. Nephew of the Queen," Maz confirmed. "High society family put the hit out. He drained their daughter a decade ago after luring her on a date. They want justice." My grip tightened. "Liv's coming with me, we'll split it." If we were tangling with a Drake, backup wasn't optional. Maz nodded. "Smart, might take both of you." The Drakes weren't just powerful, they were nightmares wrapped in charm, treating brutality like a pastime. Chief Baker, our inside man with the police, had seen the aftermath too many times, bodies drained, assault kits positive. If this bastard had added another name to his list, his head was mine before sunrise. After leaving Maz's office, I grabbed a loaded breakfast burrito from Kinsley and headed home. Liv was off duty, but 25 grand and a shot at vampire royalty. She'd never say no. I turned the key and stepped into the apartment, immediately spotting Liv sprawled across the couch like a wounded warrior. The scene was a disaster zone, popcorn kernels scattered everywhere, half-eaten brownies littering the coffee table, and an alarming number of empty ice cream tubs on the floor. The TV blared some sappy rom-com, the kind that makes you cringe even on a good day, and there she was, tears streaming down her face. 3 days since her breakup with that jerk Vasquez, and clearly she wasn't bouncing back as quickly as I'd hoped. "Hey," I said carefully, stepping over a crushed candy wrapper. "You holding up okay?" Liv sniffled, then wiped her nose with the back of her hand, her wild, unbrushed curls sticking out in every direction like she'd stuck her finger in an electrical socket. "I'm fantastic," she announced, voice dripping with sarcasm. "I've decided men are trash, so I'm switching teams. Women only from now on." I bit the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing. I'd known Liv since we were kids in the Order's orphanage, and if there was one thing she wasn't, it was into women. She was about as straight as a ruler. Still, I played along. "Solid plan. Any candidates in mind?" She paused the movie and sat up, eyes blazing like a feral cat. "Women don't cheat. Women don't lie. Women don't act like their brains are stored in their pants." She snarled, flinging a handful of popcorn at the wall for emphasis. "Fair points," I agreed, shoving the last of my burrito into my mouth. If we were heading into Bang tonight to pose as feeders, I'd need to change into something that screamed vampire bait rather than emotional support friend. Liv wasn't done. "If Vasquez wants to sleep his way through every hunter in the city, fine. I'll take the other half, including the women. How's that for revenge?" I blinked. Okay, this was worse than I thought. Neither of us had ever so much as held hands with anyone, thanks to the Order's strict rules, so her sudden declaration of sexual rebellion was concerning. "How about we channel that energy into something productive?" I suggested. "Like hunting down a vampire royal and taking out your anger on something that actually deserves it." Her face lit up like I'd just offered her a lifetime supply of chocolate. "Hell yes." "Good. Get dressed. We're hitting Bang tonight," she smirked. "Can we slash Vasquez's tires on the way?" I sighed. That guy was really going to regret crossing her. Maybe after the mission. And just like that, we were back in the game. Tonight wasn't just about revenge, it was about proving ourselves. If we brought down a Drake, Maz would have no choice but to promote me. As for the acknowledgments, a massive thank you to everyone who helped bring this story to life: my incredible editor, proofreader, ARC team, assistants, the Wolf Pack, and my amazing designer. And of course, my family, who puts up with my fictional characters hijacking my brain 24/7. Love you all.